all of your characters have known for the past several years of a ongoing rebellion in the nation of Prominence. This ongoing rebellion has led to multitudinous deaths of both civilians and government officials. It's coming to a point where other nations are starting to get involved because nobody can figure out what's happening. They just know it's a mass civilian revolt. Your group is tasked with meeting together in Mount Nevaeh and expeditioning to the city of Prominence in the center of the capital, or in the center of the nation of Prominence. Your task is to enter the city, locate a contact who has promised to lead you to the individuals responsible for essentially a ceasefire in the region. And you are to negotiate the ceasefire and ensure minimal civilian casualties. Any questions?
How disgruntled should I be?
Mild inconvenience to a drunkard.
Okay. I was like, whatever.
Anybody else? Okay. So we will start the scene in the local Swaying Peaks Brotherhood Tavern, where you guys are have individually met and are coming into this area. Or you have not individually met yet, other than possible previous interactions. You are meeting at the center table here in privacy. The entire ale house has been cleared out of monks, and this is where you will essentially battle plan and communicate with each other what your abilities are and how you are going to go about accomplishing your task. As you enter, you witness... Where are these people right now? Oh. Okay. Wow. Setting up the...
I feel both courage and protection.
I feel so good.
Yeah. So you enter the facility one at a time. The first person to enter will be Elder Lyora, which is not Elder Lyora yet, but Lyora.
Just Lyora.
Yeah, Lyora Nethrale will enter and see a older male druid with hair is pretty gray in this picture, but it's slightly less salt and pepper at this point. And then you will also see an old wizard looking individual sitting at a table. You would assume that this is Sylvaris and Malithar that you are tasked with meeting.
Who was the other one? There was two. This is the wizard one.
Malithar is the wizard. Sylvaris is the druid.
Where's the druid's imagery?
On the right.
I only see one image.
It might not have
That
shared.
one.
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Except a little bit less gray.
Yeah. But
Not by much,
Malithar is solid white hair. Look, like not even a speck of
Looks
dark
exactly
hair.
the same.
Yep.
Leora's gonna come
So
in
how
and sit
does
down
Lyora approach?
in almost effective silence. She just walks in, sits down, knowing where she's supposed to be without doing anything over the top. As she puts down the Staff of Frost, they're only to maybe ankle or shin height. There's a kind of cold fog cloud that follows around her feet.
Okay.
She'll sit down in silence.
Where do you sit? At that circle table.
One of the openings, whichever is probably.
You should be able to move your token.
Okay, which one? Oh, I see. I would, but the game's paused.
Oh, you should not be able to move your token until I
Okay.
unpause the game.
Looks like probably here, because that's the furthest from them. But also, it's like picking your urinal, you know? There's 3 on each side now. Plenty of open spaces.
All right. How does Thalric go about seeing another person sit at the center table? What's he doing?
Serves up a drink. I feel like anybody who sits down, he's serving them a drink, and while also partaking in the same moment.
Okay. What would he choose for Lyora?
Something with a stemmed glass instead of the standard tankard.
Would it be safe to assume at this point that anything that has any form of financial cost would probably be fine? So like something that has 1,000 GP stone, or like high cost components. For
Yeah,
this
we're
one
not.
shot? Okay.
You're fully prepared. Essentially, you guys were asked to do this by the governing bodies of the nations you're from.
Okay, cool.
So you are fully outfitted.
With probably multiple of which the spell consumes aspects. Basically, I just want to make
Correct.
sure that. Okay, cool. All right, good. Anyways, stem glass. Yep, back to there.
Okay. At
Yeah,
this
so
point,
basically, he'd
Elvira-
set down the thing and say, "Welcome to the table."
At this point, Elvira would enter.
All right. Oh no, I can't. Where's home? Am I just kind of directing where she would sit at this point, or is it?
How's her entrance?
Just
What's he do?
establishing how you are going to play the character a little bit. How she enters, how she interacts with people. Opening
I
up
was-
with a little bit of potential role play.
I think she would quietly walk in without wanting to disturb any conversation that's going on, but seeing that there is some sort of drink being passed around, she would sit down.
And there would be a tankard in front of her. No.
And then with a tankard in front of her, she would just down it.
Hey, you're my type of person.
That sounds like Elvira, honestly.
Leora takes her time a little bit at a time, being super prissy and stoogey about it. I guess like snooty.
Pinky up and
yeah,
everything. Like,
Listen,
I
that
know her tape.
that matches the stem glass. Let's be honest.
That's why Thorek gave her a stemmed glass.
Yep. Living up to your expectations.
All right. The last to enter is Velric. How does Velric enter?
So Valric's gonna enter and see 2 on one side of the table and 2 on the other.
Urinal picks.
And
Oh, okay, never mind.
he's going to walk up and set his shield down right here between the 2 kegs. And then sit down and
And there's a tankard in front of you.
he's going to lift the tankard toward everyone and then specifically toward Thorek as a gesture of appreciation and down it.
Thorek raises his tankard, downs his, and then takes his staff, pours himself another.
Luar takes another equivalent of a teaspoon. Sip.
All right.
Hey, I knew I made a good choice giving you the glass.
What does that mean?
It's gonna look up at your eyes, look down, look up again, and then turn to the group. Well, we have some planning to do, don't we?
Don't let your eyes wander too long there, Thorek. She might turn you into a popsicle.
He'll look over at her. Yeah, probably. Anyway. Let's just... I'm not great with names. Shoot.
Malathar will kind of like tap his fist on the table. All right.
If they've been
Yeah,
seated, they have drink.
Yeah, both of them have drinks in front of them. I think Silvaris probably partakes, but Malathar is kind of just focused on the task currently. His playful
That makes
nature
sense.
hasn't arrived yet. So he taps his fist on the table, get everybody's attention. Says, "So we've all gathered. We have the task of," repeats the task, and then he says, "We need to get a base understanding of what our abilities are." I'm a wizard. He's a druid. I'm assuming paladin. We are all aware of the Swaying Peaks Brotherhood's abilities. What do you two offer, Lyora and Elvira?
so Elvira will kind of sit up a little bit and say, I offer my healing and being a cleric of Kalimvor, if I can aid in your task here.
Healing wounds always comes in handy, eh?
Aye, it
Above
does.
the table, Drada,
Yeah.
if you look further into the level 4 and level 5 spells, she has some really badass spells for you.
Oh. Kind of cut out there. I don't know if you were saying something specific.
Oh, I was just saying that she has some really badass spells for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was looking through those earlier.
Silvara speaks up a little bit, and he says, "We'll encounter a lot of rebellion as we enter the city. Civilians will attack. We are to do what it takes to get to our destination, but our priority is preventing more civilian death.
All
If
right,
we are
so don't go for the kill shot if we're attacked by civilian.
Yeah, if we are met with governmental or authority-based resistance, I am pretty sure it's free game at this point. I don't think they're going to go back to their previous regime.
When
So,
is
we
when
will
is
be
our expected departure and arrival?
we will be leaving as soon as we are prepared and ready. We will be transporting through the famous merchant Varric's storeroom.
Okay, so
Tarek
effectively,
will let out a very loud belch, filling the room for a brief moment.
what we're going to do is travel instantaneously. Leora just waits until the belch is done and then continues without making any statement. So it'll be effectively instantaneous travel, is what you're stating.
Correct.
We expect to be in a dangerous position soonish, so we should prepare for potential combat instantaneously. Yes?
That is very likely.
Okay.
Well, you know I'm gonna be out in front.
I'm gonna...
Right next to that guy.
Before we go, I would like for people to, do we have, like, about an hour and a half?
It's waiting for you.
Okay.
Varric is waiting for us to be ready, so we have as much time as we need to take.
Okay.
Just don't abuse it.
I'd say an hour and a half. I'm gonna take 10 minutes, and whatever conversation is happening for the next 10 minutes, I guess I won't be a part of. But I'm gonna prepare, and I'll tell them what I'm doing. I'm gonna prepare food for us. And then I'm gonna do create. No measure tempo. Actually,
I get all the food I need right here. He takes a drink.
Okay. You do that. And she'll do Hero's Feast.
Alright.
Hit point maximum increases by 2d10. Immune to frighten and poison conditions. Lasts 24 hours. Additional, you gain the same number of hit points. So should I just roll that, the 2d10, and give everybody the max hit point increase from that? Or anybody who eats the food over the course of the next hour and a half?
I was gonna say, does this food just like appear in front of everybody, or
It's
is it?
a 10-minute cast time, so it's effectively meal prep.
You would have been aware of Hero's Feast by this point. Probably would have been pretty prevalent going into a heavy fight that you'd have a Hero's Feast before.
Oh, I thought you were referring to rations.
No,
good.
definitely this.
Good to feast before a good battle.
Indeed.
Alvera's going to.
Hey,
stroke her
perhaps during
beard.
the revelry after, you could do another one of these.
Oh yeah, absolutely no concern there.
You were saying something?
Oh.
Elvira?
Yeah, I was just gonna say Alvera's gonna kind of stroke her beard a little bit and look at Lyora and say, "Perhaps you'll be useful to have around," and just grab a handful of food and just start chowing down.
Upon
This-
doing the completion of the cast time, she will also use power word fortify to give everybody 120 temporary hit points.
All right, go ahead and add those to your character sheets. If you need to up your maximum,
Yeah,
you click the wrench.
Mhm.
You click the gear above your hit point. And then temporary maximum is what to increase. Go ahead and roll that 2d10.
Yeah, cool. 1 point away from max temporary hit points, and then
Spell bestows 120 hit points, which you divide among the spell's recipients.
Oh, gross. Okay, that's still good. How many of us are actually going in? 6?
Yeah.
All
So-
of you.
Okay, so
Everybody is.
20 points each to everybody for temporary, not 120. I was like, that's a broken spell. I need to give everybody 120 hit points. I can't go without that. 20 is still good. So
20 is
20
still
is still
good,
useful.
but
It's-
it's temporary hit points, not temporary max.
Right, but so that's why there's the Hero Feast 2s, because that's 19 max increase and then 20 temporary increase.
Yeah.
So boost everybody's HP by 4.
So is everybody getting the 19 max
Mhm.
increase?
That's
Yeah, there's a
both.
temporary maximum box to use. Though.
I cannot find that for some reason. Let me.
Click
See.
the wrench on your character sheet, and then where.
Oh, temporary maximum.
Yeah.
So do I got to do the math and like add the numbers?
You could just do plus
Add,
19.
no, add 19.
Should be able to
The
just do
20 goes
plus
into your temp
19.
HP.
Yeah, 20.
Aha.
Temporary maximum is 19. Cool.
Nice.
For your max HP increase, you also gain the same number of hit points to fill you up to whatever the increase is.
Yeah, I figured. $212 now. Nice.
Mm-hmm. And Leora is still not even past 100 yet.
Neither is Volric.
Yep, squishies.
Not really squishy though. He has a lot of armor, but not a lot of health.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Yeah, my guy has a shit ton of health.
And the fun thing
Not
is,
great armor.
neither of those are concentration, so those are just increases.
They happen.
Yep.
Nice.
So when it comes time to infiltration, I do have an additional one, but it's something that we want to do before going through. Since we're going to be going through an area where people might recognize us, I was thinking we should probably have some alternative disguises.
Disguises seem like a coward's way to me.
Great. When discerning the illusion choice, I'm going to leave him the exact way he is.
Okay.
Except I'm going to give him a mustache.
On the outside of his armor.
Just on the front of his armor, it'll be a mustache, right above where his lip would be.
Hey, not a terrible idea. Deterring any ne'er-do-wells, as it were.
And this lasts 8 hours.
Ay.
All right. What are you disguising them as?
This would be after discussion of what the average individual looks like in prominence. Or at least the area we'll be going into, or even the... basically, I'll wait to cast the spell until after we know whether we want to go as commoners or military. Or government
It would
official.
probably be best to go as commoners, as it is currently a commoner revolt and the current government is not responding to any hails of any form.
So
So yeah,
I would definitely
commoners.
just commoner, whatever interpretation that would be. I'm not going to go through the detail of each one, but it'll be a gender match of whatever they are, just as similar but more common looking than what they are, with enough variation to not have them not be recognizable. Except for the one with the heavy armor, there'll be a mustache on there.
All right.
Is it like drawn on?
Yeah, it's
Like-
like charcoal
Just-
charcoal stick on there. It looks like they're like a daughter or a son did something before they left to go to work on their armor, and he just left it because he cares about his family. That's what it looks like.
So, if let's see, Valeric, roll me a charisma saving throw.
So if he fails this, what I will do also is change the symbols to match something prominence related on his armor and shield. That's the only thing I will disguise in favor of the commoner side of the revolt. If we have
Okay.
any of that information. That is the only thing I will change about his armor. And the mustache. While I'm gonna drop for a moment while I use the restroom, so other people can carry conversation.
All right. Is everybody ready to go? Or is there any more prep that needs to be done?
Elvira, how is your god at aiding in combat?
So I'm going to be above table, totally honest. I don't know too much about Kalemvor, so if there's something that I need to know, is there like information that you have, Bandit?
Basically what I have on Kalemvor is he's the god of death.
Okay, I figured as much. So like anything like other than that, like would it? I'm kind of like looking at it as this would be something like if it's your time to die, it's your time to die type of thing.
Wrong things done for the right reasons weigh more heavily towards the right reasons. Right things done for the wrong reasons weigh more heavily towards the wrong reasons. So it's
Okay.
he's more intent driven than actual source driven, to my understanding.
Yeah. And your understanding of Kalemvor is that what you are currently doing is trying to find the balance between two warring nations, so he will be on your side. But your deity doesn't affect your effectiveness as a cleric. That's up to you
Right.
as a cleric to determine.
Right.
That would kind of be her response.
Okay. So in that case, who was it that asked her that? Was that
Valric.
Valric? So she's gonna kind of look at Valric and say,
Valric,
Valric?
the paladin.
Valric.
No. Okay. She's gonna look at Valric and say, well, I'll certainly do my absolute best to make sure that you stay alive, if that's what you're asking. And as long as we are fighting for the right cause, I think we'll come out on top of this.
If it is my time for Tyr to take me, then that be his will.
I'm not going to fight you on that, if that's what you would choose to do. I'll happily comply with that.
Everybody at the table taking notes. Don't help Valeric. He does it himself.
That's all right. I helped him with a mustache.
What? Sure, you can play that.
It's the real boss.
That's okay. Well, I'll try. Sorry. Carry on.
Hey, would one of the spellcaster folk here, Malathar or Leora, would one of you have a spell I could store in my ring of spell storing that's good for close combat? Something you might not necessarily use, but I could use in your stead.
What's your storage capability?
Up to 5 levels. Quote
Okay.
unquote. I don't know.
So
Jargon.
if I cast something
He doesn't know.
into the ring, it won't affect the area we're in, correct?
Correct. If you are casting it to store it in the ring of spell storing, it casts, uses the spell slot, but stores itself in the ring.
And this is the monk asking, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna offer. Would you rather have greater invisibility or a freedom of your movement?
Nothing wrong with movement. I don't see much use for
Gain-
hiding myself.
You do gain greater invisibility when you attack or do damage. You don't lose invisibility. It stays.
So they won't know what hit them.
Quite literally, yes.
That may well be useful. What was the other thing
Freedom
you mentioned?
of movement,
Something-
automatically escape non-magical restraints, and gain 5 additional feet of movement. You cannot have your speed reduced, nor be paralyzed or restrained.
Between the two, I'd say the invisibility seems more apt
Neat.
for the fight we're going into.
Freedom of greater invisibility is cast into the ring.
Okay.
The spell slot has been removed.
All right. When it comes time, I'll have you ping that greater invisibility again without consuming, so
Works
that
for me.
we have the
When he uses it.
information.
I
on
should
it.
be able to store it in the ring.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you use it out of the ring, I'll have her ping it off of her
Yeah.
character sheet.
By the way,
Could you?
By the way, the sifts that you
search
see
up-
Elder Leora doing are done with elementalism. So she forms a straw to drink them, so she doesn't move her hand or glass to sip. It makes a straw to her lips, and then she consumes the alcohol from like a tablespoon of cylindrical alcohol.
Okay. All right. Is there any other preparation that needs to be done?
Hold on. I need to look up sorcery point use. Because I want to restore. I think it restores up to level 5, and I just want to get what I need back from what I did before going in there.
But any other prep that can't be done while walking around the corner,
Nope.
essentially.
Not for me.
Okay. Everybody else ready?
Velric's
Alrighty.
gonna say, well, I don't think we should keep Varric waiting, and he's gonna stand up and pick up the shield.
Yeah, he's already been waiting an hour and a half, so we can go.
Hey,
All right, so you walk around the corner, and you arrive at Varric's shop, and Varric has it open already. And what you as players would catch on to if you could see it, there are fewer bazaars at this point. There's like 8 instead of looking like a whole massive city of locations. There's like 8 or 9, and they're not all manned. So right now he has to jump through each one to go help get customers in different areas himself. He doesn't have the multiples.
So he's a one-man farmer's market.
Yes. With 8 locations.
always good to see you.
Of course, Thalric. Of course. Let's get this over with. Probably gonna lose this location.
I want to get back to the brews I was working on soon enough.
Yeah, well, I think if I transport you guys here, I might lose my city permit to operate here. So I might lose this location by helping you guys. But it's worth it with the amount that they're paying me.
It's for a just cause, my friend.
Good enough.
Well, it's definitely a change. So she'll say it's for... There you go.
All right. So he'll activate his, as you all enter and start walking through, he'll wave his hand, and the little fuzzy wall that you see will coalesce into a warehouse.
Oh my goodness,
And as
there's
you step
rafters!
as you step through, you are standing in a dimly lit warehouse that's lit by flickering crystal lights. It seems very quiet. And there doesn't seem to be any presence that pings your perceptions.
Based off the environment, does it seem like a storehouse?
Yeah, it's a warehouse, yeah.
Okay.
Got lumber, sacks of grain and sand and stuff like that. A couple of the people can see a office with a ledger, and if you look over, there's at the bottom there's more storage and stuff upstairs up in this area with a couple of rooms, and there's 2 doors right here that you'd be able to
Is
use
this
to
where we
exit.
just came from? The doors?
No, you were portaled essentially into this location. There's a shimmering wall right here where you can see Varric, and Varric waves his hands, and that returns to a stone wall.
Oh.
You are all currently under a seeming.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Stuff being applied and removed because that
Right.
area of effect for the aura of protection, like applied, remove, applied, remove. It doesn't help that somebody's walking around in circles.
No, not circles.
Velric's going to investigate the ledger in the office.
It just seems to be standard, like bookkeeping for what's in the room. It details some pictures that are collector's pictures, barrels of oil, barrels of water, barrels of ale, a jade elephant, a giant rat, some animal bile, some vases and gold, pole, an anvil, a giant anvil, pickaxes, a whole bunch of stuff on the ledger. Nothing seems to stand out other than a giant rat. But it is Varric. He's what's that word? Starts with the X. Eccentric.
Okay, so this is Varric's warehouse.
Yeah.
Is there anything interesting up there, Lyora?
Not that I can see.
Then should we continue on?
Zarek is kind of find like one of these windows and just look out, look back and forth, see what kind of people are out on the streets. Probably go to the really big window in here.
How the hell is seeming not a concentration spell?
That's a good
That's
question.
insane.
Yep, that's why I chose it. I'm aware. I made sure it wasn't concentration. All the pregame buffs is I wanted to be non-concentration. And it's 8 hours. 8 hours of non-concentration.
So you guys would know from prior, like briefings and battle planning and stuff like that, that you are approximately 5 city blocks from the central of the capital of prominence. You are moving at night, so it is pretty dark outside. There seems to be nobody present currently that you can see. And it's estimated that it is very likely that you will be ambushed on your way there. If not by civilians, then by other interested parties in keeping this area chaotic.
You would have considered the hour we were eating a short rest, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Just making sure then I get all 6 of the sorcery points back.
1 second, got a phone call.
Okay.
It's been a second.
It might look a little strange if we all walk out of this storeroom at the same time. Perhaps one or two at a time to keep things less suspicious.
Hey, who are our weakest links physically? Each of us should stay by one of them. And then... see, I think... you could either go with Leora or Elvira. Sylvaris could go with Melithar. You could go with one of the two I mentioned prior.
Listen, just because I'm a stem glass doesn't mean I'm fragile.
I feel as though if you were attacked by a strong frontliner, you'd probably fall a little bit faster than I would.
I have shields.
I
I can react.
think we are tasked with moving in this fashion because we should be kept together. Our abilities complement each other. I don't think any of us would do particularly well on our own in this environment.
All right,
Hey.
I can go
Aside
with
from maybe the monk. Monks are always pretty well received.
I can go with the monk. He seems
He
fragile.
gives like a shit-eating grin at that comment.
Luora will respond with what I just stated.
All right.
Yeah.
Let us be off.
Aye.
And Malathar will open the door, and Silvaris will be right behind him, walking out.
Thalric will go out and get in front. Which direction are we heading?
I need everybody to roll 3 D100s for me.
Ooh. One at a time, or roll all three at once?
That way,
Just
I guess.
all at the same time, yeah.
I made the decision.
Holy hell!
It's / roll 3 D100.
Yeah, I know. I typed 3 in the wrong spot.
All right. About even there. Damn, Villaric. Talk about a low roll.
Right?
That's insane.
That is wild.
Can't even break 100 with 3 of them.
Must be the mustache.
No. Mommy too.
Alrighty. All right, your seeming seems to have dissuaded the people that do look out and look at your group. They seem to just assume that it's a group of like patrolling civilians that are keeping watch of the area. You travel for about 3 city blocks and come across a tavern.
Thalric is like looking back and forth to like where we're going and is tavern.
Did I say prison? I said tavern. Try that again.
Taverna.
Yeah. So you
We have
walk
no
past
token.
this open-faced tavern.
Cannot
There's windows everywhere, but there's also an outside pavilion with picnic benches that have several commoners sitting at it. I don't know if the vision set up this.
It's set up to prevent
not
us
see.
from being able to see.
see without token.
Yep.
So if token no there.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go. As you walk past, you see that there are probably 20 or 30 commoners sitting outside, and
Oh, I wonder what kind of drink they
probably
have.
a bunch more in there inside. You guys gonna keep moving towards the courthouse at the center of town, or are you going to step inside the tavern and try to gather intel or something like that?
Does Thalric... Thalric is very tempted by the tavern bar. The ale.
You are at the front of the group.
Aye, maybe we should get some information.
Information or a drink?
Well, who says we can't have both?
Couldn't hurt to do both. We know where we're going, but more information is always better.
You are more than welcome to drop your tokens down and walk in if you would follow him in. If you're not going to follow him in, then tell me where you're going.
Split the party.
Aye, this is my kind of scene.
As you enter, you get the absolute stink eye from everybody. Like, not a single person knows any one of you in particular. You don't look familiar to anybody. Everybody is looking at you like, why is this group of people walking into a tavern as a group?
Yeah.
What, some travelers can't get some ale in here?
The bartender will look over at you and say, not many travelers come through here lately. Only travelers that come through are troublemakers.
That's fair. I can understand the apprehension. I'm just here for a drink.
All right, your funeral. And he'll serve up a bottom shelf ale, or a very commoner's common ale.
Hmm.
Elvira
You,
will.
friend, seem to be very oddly dressed for a commoner. Talking to Vilric.
Out of character, I would like to re-emphasize the mustache.
Oh, man.
I was just out on patrol and thought I would stop for a drink as well.
Out on patrol, a giant kite shield and armor.
He's a peculiar fellow.
Yes, I've been tasked with frontline defense of the capital from any unwanted visitors.
All right, roll a deception check.
Deception or persuasion?
Deception. You lied.
Would I have enough time to give him guidance on that?
I would say probably not.
Okay.
Yeah, that would probably be more of a reaction thing. In the meantime, Leora's gonna go poop.
Lady Leora.
Not yet. Oh, well, I guess it is lady, but that's fine. She's gonna knock on the door first to make sure nobody's in there. The scene plays out. If nobody's in there, she'll poop. If she not, she'll go to the next one.
21.
Ooh, nice deception.
Alright, wait for that roll. There it is. Alright. He seems to like look at you up and down. May or may not like believe you, but he's going to take you at your word. And it does look like kids drew on your armor, so it would be an awful disguise for anybody if they were to have that disguise.
The disguise is so bad it's good.
Yep.
Also, as a reminder, the symbology is in favor of the commoners on his shield and potentially chest. They've been replaced.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so the symbology actually doesn't show any deity whatsoever. It's just like,
Yeah, it's just of
I
like
don't know.
maybe
There's no deities for commoners, but
it would just
most
be
of the deities are based in
yeah.
You
organization.
glamored over the symbol of Tyr, so it appears that there's nothing there.
Okay, that works. I mean, it could, if whatever would have been the best based off of preparation for the commoners to decide for us. That's what I chose.
Yeah.
Peasant symbols.
Exactly.
All right. Just so you guys know, there is a tornado heading my direction, so I may or may not drop off, losing internet or whatever. If I do, I'll get back on my phone and let you guys know.
Okay.
Another one?
Oh
Yep.
yeah, let us know if your roof comes off.
Ryan, that is not funny.
Yeah.
If my roof comes off, I'm only in a 700 square foot house. If my roof comes off, I'm coming off with it. You're never gonna know.
I
That's
mean,
fair.
depending on how good your mic is, we might hear it come off and you scream
Mhm.
before your internet and power cuts.
Well, it
You'll
depends on how it hits.
Yeah,
Very
you won't
much.
hear the wind because the noise cancellation will stop it. It'll clip out, but you might hear wee.
Oh shit!
Like you're just talking and then, oh shit!
The Wicked Witch of the West.
No, at that point I would literally just look up and go wee. 'Cause there's nothing I'm gonna do. Saying oh shit isn't gonna change anything.
Yeah, that's
I'm gonna
fair.
just fly away. I'm a hope
I don't
and
know if
pray
you
for a
heard that.
Wizard of Oz situation.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I don't know if you heard that, but Ryan's over here going, wee!
Thanks, Ryan. We appreciate it.
Always love the background commentary.
Yay for the peanut
All right.
gallery.
Woo!
So, the bartender serves up your drinks. The place is pretty crowded, and Lyora, are you
She's done
finally out
pooping.
of the bath?
You've pinned my
Okay.
token to the ground, so I brought out a new one.
I locked the bathroom door.
Without using a spell slot, I teleport out of the bathroom.
All right. At this point, stop right there, Lyora. There is a commoner who has decided to block the hallway very intentionally. You just look like a common wench, common girl. And this bar is full of men. You have not yet seen a female, other than the two that are seeming.
She's gonna
And
stick. She's gonna stick her finger up his nose and push him out of the way. And hopefully, the concept of befuddlement confuses him. And if not, she'll belch in his face and then move fast. So. She's
All right,
basically
roll
just gonna make
a-
herself appear as less desirable, and then go away.
roll a dexterity saving throw and a performance check.
Neat. Order matter.
Dexterity first,
Okay.
because you're trying to stick your fingers up his nose.
Okay.
You're faking it as a caress, and then you're just like kapunk.
No, there was no fake of a caress.
You just hold up your
I
two right
can't
hands and try to
see-
throw them off.
Any form of saving throw available. Oh, there it is. It's in the wrong spot. I was looking for one. There you go.
Oh no.
Oh, goodness gracious.
So you reach up to do that, to stick your fingers in his nose. Roll a performance check as well.
Okay, I want to clarify.
Hey.
There's no seduction happening.
Oh, I know. But
Okay.
you reach up and he just pulls his face back and looks at you funny, and then like plops his arm across the wall
Mm-hmm.
and very drunkenly, "Oh, what's a pretty little thing like you doing in a place like this?"
Well, you see, I just released a large amount of fecal matter into the toilet back there. I haven't washed my hands yet. And she'll, like, pat his cheek. She washed her hands.
All right. He'll kind of like look at you funny and then turn and sit down in his seat, turn around and look at his friend who's just across from him and be like, "What the fuck was that all about?" Fucking people are weird these days.
She's gonna sniff her hand and then like shake it and like kind of make it seem like it was sticky and then go away.
Bartender is going to serve you your drinks and then ask you, Valeric, how's the defense of the capital going?
It depends on which side you're asking.
Oh, our side, of course. How are we doing? Do I have to worry about them coming back for my shop, or
Mustering all the strength he has in his gut to put down the Church of Tyr, he's going to say, I don't think you'll have to worry about those paladins from the Church of Tyr anytime soon.
roll a wisdom saving throw and a persuasion. Wisdom saving throw first. Persuasion at disadvantage. Ooh. See what that's
I would
got
always
for
remain
insight.
vigilant.
It has a +0. Let's see what this says.
Neat.
You think you can take on a paladin of Tyr? You're either stupid or an idiot. Them
I hated that one.
motherfuckers, they'll fuck a commoner like you up. I best start preparing for my shop to be overtaken if we have a bunch of cocky assholes like you up there.
Well, you know, I've never been accused of being the brightest, but my shield and my hammer do well to serve us.
What about you, monk?
Either way,
Are you fighting or are you just here to drink?
one can't do both. He'll take a slosh from his tankard.
All right. And you hear a couple of whispers of other people in the area kind of looking at you all, and like you're starting to show your sore thumb fitment in this conflict. They're starting to whisper back and forth.
He'll like slam down his tankard and ask for another.
All right, he'll give you another.
He'll down it.
Seeing
I
that,
think he's gonna end our stock before you get drunk there.
What was that?
Go ahead, Drada.
I was just gonna say,
Elvira.
seeing that Thalric has already on his third, she'll down hers and ask for another as well. And also ask the bartender, you mentioned something about taking over your bar. Has that happened here already?
When the rebellions first started, authorities started coming in here trying to arrest Bolt. And when I put a stop to it with some assistance from some of the other commoners here, the authorities decided they were going to cancel my lease and take my bar. And them bastards got what came to them when they stepped in here asking about it. Not many women come around here, though. Quite brazen of you to just be walking about in this lawless area.
Is it really lawless when there's men around?
That's when it's the most lawless, especially when those men haven't seen women in a while.
You have a point.
Most of the brothels closed down during the rebellion.
She'll
Oh,
look over
I see.
to Valeric and say, "Do we know where Lyora has gone?"
She's in the middle of the room, kind of
Yeah, at
kicking
this
her
point,
feet.
she's come back out of the bathroom.
She's sitting at a stool in the middle of the room, kicking her feet, kind of just bouncing.
I'll ask
Who's
for
having
another from
seizures?
the bartender.
As Velric looks over towards Alvera,
Find it.
would his passive perception of 15 see her off in the distance?
Find it.
Her stealth is real
Kinda
low, so
catty-corner.
she's bouncing up and down, kicking her feet around.
Yeah. And the bartender will look at you and say, "Well, friend, I think we're about to cut you off. I don't think you can afford another one."
You got a point there. He's now going to start acting as drunk as somebody who's drinking as much as he has, as quickly as he has, would
Got
act.
the tipsy sway.
Mm,
All right.
Performance.
That'll be 8 gold. Now, he has an ability called tipsy sway.
Oh, cool.
I'm basically just establishing in the area above table. He's
That you're drunk.
drunk.
Got it.
Alright. And he'll like mess about and like feel over his body and then like try to find like his coin pouch or whatever. It's gonna stall for a little bit. Could have swear I had it somewhere.
You would have plenty of gold on hand,
I know.
like in personal stores. So.
Yeah, but would a commoner?
This is an act.
Yeah. I'm just roll a performance check for me.
Alrighty. Performance. $27, not bad.
Oh, you tried. Hello, cat. Yes, baby. Is he gone?
There it is. It was locked behind a paywall. 27. Yeah, I would say that performance check is successful. You're acting very poor.
Yep. And then he'll get. I'm hoping that the size of his coin pouch is like illusioned smaller or something.
I would have done stuff with seeming to make it things in general look like they were common.
Yeah.
So
Either way, he'll slowly, one at a time, place a coin on the counter, like
Seeing him
very
do that,
carefully, but also out of alignment because drunk.
Alvaro will look to him and say, "Oh, if you don't have enough, I might be able to help you. I gotta check." And she'll start digging through her bag to see if she has anything.
All right. Try to act like you're poor too, like you don't have enough. Or are you just gonna reach in and grab it?
More so like she's rummaging around trying to scrounge something together. So either very disorganized or like she has enough to cover her own, but maybe a little bit extra to cover his, is what I'm trying to get at.
All right. Y'all watch as a person walks in the door, hops over this little bar here, and steps up right between the two of you, facing you.
Well, hey there,
He puts his
friend.
hands on your shoulders. Ulrich looks over at the one in the heavy armor and says, "You two don't look familiar."
Well, neither do you.
I was
What's
just
your business
transferred out
here?
here. I was just transferred out here to patrol as frontline and stopped in for a drink
Transferred from who?
from within the capital.
Huh. I wasn't aware that we had occupied the capital yet.
There are small groups here and there that are within the capital. Best way to take it over is from within without it being known, is it not?
At this point, most commoners aren't going to be welcome in the capital, and somebody just like you probably wouldn't get in anyway. They're kind of barricaded up at the moment. What is it that you're here for?
Who was that to?
That was to you. What is it that you're here for? He didn't believe you at all. This individual seems to be somebody that is in charge and knows the goings on. The rest of these people seem to be just like farmers and grocers and stuff like that, and they're just here for a drink. But this guy seems to be part of at least a faction of the militia that is currently fighting the
Who's our contact?
government. Your contact is known as the empty chair.
Fair. Okay.
Also better known as the Echo of Null.
I came to lend my hammer and shield.
I came to drink.
As soon as he pulled you around and noticed that you were drunk, he pretty much fully dismissed you and is now like standing between the two of you with one elbow on the bar looking at Vilric.
He's still answering. So
There is an empty seat on the other side of me if you wish to sit and talk.
There's about to be an empty seat right where you're sitting.
why is that?
Because I'm going to be sitting there. He's going to step closer to you, get right up in your face.
I mean, I've never had a
I
man
wouldn't
sit
do
on my
that
lap
if I were
before,
you,
but
friend.
Both of you were talking at the same time. I didn't understand either.
Go
Fair.
ahead, Bone.
Oh, I just said I wouldn't do that if I were you, friend.
I've never had a man ask to sit on my lap before. Usually it's winches that ask.
Let's see. That would probably be an intelligent. All right. He's not taking the bait. He's gonna pull out his dagger. We'll flip it again, and when he flips it the second time, he's gonna stab it into the table or into the bar top. He's gonna look at you and go, "You know I run this shit here, right?"
Can I do silvery barbs on that? So when
On what?
when he does his dexterity check to flip it onto the table, it falls onto the ground in front of everybody.
Well, it wasn't really a dexterity check. He
Okay.
rolled a wisdom saving throw to see if he was going to.
I know. I just thought it'd be funny to demasculate the person who says he was in charge.
Do you have another way of doing so?
No, so I just won't do anything.
Okay.
If it doesn't look like he was focusing on trying to do that or not. If it was like a passive,
No.
I'll just let it go. That's fine.
This is an individual who's very well versed in dagger play, so he'd probably, unless you had like a gust of wind that would slightly blow the dagger off or something like that, then
That's fine.
he'd probably just overcome it.
It could totally deflect attacks.
So-
He attacked the counter, deflect.
Seeing him do that, Velric's going to pull his hammer out of its sheath and slam it onto the bar top and say,
Oh, that's a fancy ass fucking hammer for somebody who's gotta be of common rank.
would his
Ain't
hammer
nobody on
have
outside
been
fighting with shit
Oh.
like that.
Again,
would his
every
hammer
single
have
thing that
been
I've
seamed
done,
also?
yeah, it affects anything they're carrying.
Yeah, but a standard light hammer weapon. Like these guys are using pitchforks and so
It would have been done to the best of its ability. So if whatever type of hammer it
Okay.
is, it would have been brought down to. Well, actually, that's true. The only thing I said I was changing about what he had was the symbols on his was the symbol in the mustache. He said to leave him alone. So that hammer
Right.
is a fancy hammer.
that's why I said.
No, you make a good point.
He will slam the hammer onto the bar.
Is there any reason to really pick a fight here?
That's a
Just try to
mighty
drink.
small knife. Do you cut your dinner with that?
Ah,
Suki!
No, I cut down paladins. I've fought plenty of them. I know how they fight. I know how they stand. I know how they sit.
Oh, well, what a coincidence, because that's where I got this hammer, was from a paladin that had fallen.
What was his name?
What do I care what his name was?
Is that where
His
you got
blood
the
was
armor
the
too?
same. Yes.
Then and he'll take his dagger and he'll tap your plate and your shield. Where's the symbols?
I buffed them out. I don't want anything to do with that Church of Tyr shit.
Another wisdom saving throw.
oh boy.
You're actively going against your own person. There's a very heavy cringe, an evident cringe in your voice. And we'll see if he picks it up. See what his insight does. Okay. He notices the slight twinge in your character as you say that. See, what are these effects? What is the aura of courage? I think that's something from Elvera.
No, they're both.
No, it's not for me.
They're both
They're
from.
Paladin. Courage is friendly creatures within 10 feet cannot be frightened.
Okay. And what's the protection?
Protection is friendly creature within 10 feet of you must make a save. Whenever a friendly creature within 10 feet of you must make a saving throw, the creature gains bonus equal to your charisma modifier.
Okay. What is your charisma modifier?
+2.
Okay.
How durable do all the commoners look?
How doable?
Durable.
Oh, durable. Standard. They're commoners, so they have common durability.
Like, if I were to transfer it into above game mechanics, typical commoner health, like under 5 hit points.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go lay down.
Just checking. Preparing in case something bad happens. Does that include the barkeep? He's also a commoner.
I think I want to take that hammer from you.
You can try.
I'll give you the first swing, big boy.
Why don't we take this outside, gentlemen?
Shall we take it outside so we don't disrupt this man's business?
He'll look at the barkeep and look back at you. Look back at the barkeep. Roll a perception check.
Uh-oh, they're working together.
23.
He is in the process of getting ready to shove a dagger under the soft, squishy parts of your armor plate. You have a potential action, interaction, reaction to decide what you're going to do in response to him shoving a dagger towards your chest.
Would I have noticed that as well, since I'm paying attention to their interactions over there?
His back is to you, and the dagger's on the other side of his body, so probably not.
Probably not,
But
okay.
it is very hostile body position.
Got it, but nothing's happened yet, so there's no reason for me to do anything.
Velric is going
For you, Velric.
to re-pick up his hammer and stand up and turning to face him, start to walk towards the door.
The mustache at eye level.
So as you stand up, he's going to slide the dagger between your plate, or try to.
No, he's not.
If that's the case, I'll do silvery barbs.
Well, he
No
missed.
need. He missed.
Oh. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, if the reaction
He
doesn't
tried.
So
And
as he stabs you or tries to stab you, and it clinks off the plate as you stood up, and he wasn't intending for you to stand up. What is your reaction?
he is going to grab a hold of him
All
with
right,
an unarmed strike.
roll a
Is this the start of
contested
initiative
athletics.
things? Because if so, I'm gonna cast a spell at
Not
fifth
quite
level
yet.
right now.
This is still like their interaction. It is not progressed to other people being in motion.
Okay.
All right, roll your athletics.
Let's see if you beat a 6.
Yeah, if he had,
Man in full armor.
if he beats the athletics check, then this will prevent the initiative from starting. But if he doesn't beat it, then this will be the start of initiative.
Okay, we're
Soft
good.
20.
Okay, a dirty 20 will easily restrain him or grapple him.
I said outside so as not to disturb the business. And he's going to drag him out the front door.
Okay, out the front door. Okay,
What? Are there other
sounds good to me.
doors?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of doors all over this place.
It looks like only one that goes outside.
That's
No, you don't know
all
that.
that I
You don't
see.
know where the other doors lead. They're closed.
And then around the corner.
All right. Before we continue, I will be right back. I have to use the restroom.
Okay.
Ulrich, follow us.
As a commoner, Leora is gonna go, ooh, a fight, and go watch.
And Bowen, there would be that space that the captain would be in between us right there.
Cool. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little lost right now.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to think of things to do.
Yeah, same.
Isn't yours pretty much upgraded Thorpeck though?
Yeah, basically.
I know what to do.
Like I know what to do monk-wise. Like I know all the like combat shit to do.
Mm-hmm.
Dope
And I
monk
know I
shit.
can make up to like 7 attacks in a turn. And I do more damage. Like yeah, I can do a lot. Dope monk shit easily. Got it. Down.
Are you talking
Done.
like social interaction?
Social interaction, I don't know how Thulric would be doing any of this. Exactly. The acting drunk thing, that was going to lead into potentially getting information because people don't know he's fully cognizant. But, I don't know. It's a little tiny trick.
Yeah.
I imagine he would have used.
Did he blow away while going to use the restroom?
Maybe. Although, if he did, then his internet connection would have cut out and he would have disconnected at some point.
Oh my goodness, we're back?
No, Sheldon's not yet.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out why my unarmed strike isn't pinging the save throws.
What's up?
When I do the grapple, it doesn't give the saving throws on it.
Yeah, that's fair.
You need to. Thank you.
Good day, ball. Good bad ball. Good cat. Good cat.
People just send me.
My daughter got with her cat.
Everything is okay. Oh man. Oh no, I'm underneath the bed.
All right, I'm back. Is everybody still there?
Who?
No.
Did anybody else say that they were walking away or no?
No, I think everybody's
I
here.
think everybody's.
Okay. So, you grab him and you walk him out the door by the throat. I'm assuming. I assume you walked him around the corner.
Yep. Between Valric and I.
Oh, okay.
Upgraded Thorbeck and him. As it were.
As you walked out, you would have seen Silvaris and Malathar, who sat down at a bench outside, just waiting on you guys. Silvaris looks over and rolls his eyes at the back of his head, like, "Oh fuck, what we got ourselves into now?" And they're both gonna get up and start walking that direction. They're gonna close the doors behind you. All right, he's gonna make another athletics check to try to break loose, contested against you.
Nat 20.
All right, he's fucking pinned. He's not going anywhere. He's get the fuck off me! Get your hands off me! Who do you think you are, manhandling me like this? Do you know who I am?
You seem to be the one that needs reminded that you are not the biggest in the area.
You'll hear from the rest of the men about this.
The rest of the men about what?
That bartender will tell everybody what happened here. If you kill me, you'll never get out of this city alive.
Lyra will walk to this section. Don't worry, we'll be fine.
You know, you make an awful lot of demands for somebody that can't even fend for himself.
Isn't it nice knowing you'll die soon? Just that all those worries of yours will go away.
He cuts his arm trying to pull his scimitar out, cuts his hand. And then he tries to stab you with a dagger and it pinks off of your chest plate.
See what I mean? It's just, you know you're gonna die. It's just, there's no reason to put up any kind of fight anymore.
Roll a persuasion check at advantage.
Great. Do 29. Natural 20 plus 9.
He just drops his fucking weapons onto the ground and goes limp in your arms. He's fully and completely given up at this point. It's 3-on-1 and nobody seems to be coming to help him.
You notice how many people came to save you? That bartender's gonna hear all about your success in your future. They'll come to save you, right?
Totally notified that you killed me.
Ah, that's exciting.
They may be notified, but will they care? You're just a pawn.
We're all just pawns. We're all commoners.
Sure. Why not?
What are
He's still not getting the point. He's really not understanding what's going on. Why you're hundreds of times more powerful than him.
Correct.
What do you want from me? I just wanted to establish myself in this area.
Oh, I'd say that you've established yourself just fine as someone that it might be punching above their weight class.
Oops. I was trying to read things. I have... Oh, I gotta read this spell, actually. Hold on. Okay, never mind. Just ignore me. Keep going. You're good.
What are
There
the
shouldn't be
plans?
anyone as strong as you in this area. Should just be farmers with pitchforks.
And you think farmers are weak? They use their hands every day to work the fields.
I was a farmer. I know how
What are
strong farmers are. Most farmers don't carry around a sword and a dagger. Would have been real easy to establish myself in a room full of commoners. Not very many people can manhandle me like you are.
Can I do an insight check? I'm gonna check something.
Yeah.
I want to see if this guy, based off of his actions, would be considered an evil character. Nope, no clue. Never mind.
if
Not
you're
related to a
as
book or lore?
Uh-huh.
No.
if you're as powerful and just as much of a decision maker in this area as you claimed to be in the bar, then why do you feel the need to establish yourself in this area?
Because people don't respect people without a show of power.
And you just showed that entire bar how pathetic you really are.
I disagree.
Oh, everybody in there saw you try to stab me and then me calmly walk you out the door. There's not a whole lot of show of power on your side up there.
They'll see it as 3 people on one, maybe 4, as he tries to look past you to see past Lyora.
Can't untell.
4 on 1 isn't much of a fight.
And yet, none of us have prompted any fighting. You've only hurt yourself.
Look, man, just kill me or let me go. What else could you want?
First, some information.
What information?
What are the plans to get into the city?
Aren't you a guard guarding the Capitol?
What are your plans to get in the city?
We're in the city. This
In
is
the
the city.
capital, the center capital. You fucking imbecile.
Just answering your questions. Fuck. He's gonna start crying. We're just planning to overwhelm
Nary have
those
I seen a
numbers.
man so
We're not
pathetic.
strategists. And now he's
So your
actively
plan is
bawling, and
numbers.
like there are people that are walking down the street at this point, like heading home from a night out, that are looking down this little alleyway you find yourself in, looking at this grown-ass man bawling.
Where are they?
in a
Where are
corner.
those people?
It would be these two right here. Would have got up and started walking.
I don't see two.
Or
Oh, okay.
three.
Just
Three.
ignore him. There's some people in the bar. He tried to touch me in an inappropriate way, and they're dealing with him.
Roll a deception or
That's
deception check,
Yeah.
because that's a lie.
At advantage because of his nat 20.
No.
23.
Yeah, they're convinced. They don't care. They're gonna keep walking.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna fast forward a little bit. You gain some information, some battle plans that are very lackluster. Their whole plan is to overwhelm the capital by numbers.
Yeah, that's basically what Thulric said. He's like, so your plan is numbers.
Yep. Basically, every person that's willing to rebel, go throw yourself like cannon fodder at the front doors until they open.
Hey.
Okay.
Either way, we should make our way to the spot.
Are you gonna kill him? You gonna leave him there alive? What's the plan?
Let's tie him up. And leave him here. Let somebody find him later.
All right. Whoever's
Don't know why
tying
you
him
get
up,
to
roll
fight
a
with
sleight of hand check with advantage.
If nobody else will, I will.
It was your idea.
Sleight of hand advantage, was it?
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
All right. He seems well tied up. They probably won't discover him for another day or so.
Even though he's
Oh no, that included a gag.
okay, great.
I assume when you say you're tying somebody up that you're making them not easily discovered in the near future. All right.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, you know directions to the courthouse, the prison, and that the entrance to the your meeting place for the empty chair is going to be in the courthouse, outside the courthouse.
To aid in that concept, I'm going to use elementalism to effectively bury him up to the neck.
Okay.
After he's secured.
Poor guy.
Yeah, poor guy who instigated.
That was fine.
Yeah. Actions have consequences.
Yeah, that's what this freaking Thulric is thinking. Like, you don't just pick a fight with somebody. Like,
And then,
Yeah, but they're
before
dumb
he
commoners.
before he's buried, we're gonna make it look like he just soiled himself too.
Oh, there's no making. He did.
Okay, that works.
Yeah, no, he
Oh
already
yeah,
did.
he did. yeah.
She'll go to cast the spell and
Alright.
see that it's already done. And avoid that.
There we go. All right, so you guys approach. As you get close to the courthouse, you witness this guy standing outside the courthouse, leaning against the wall as casually as possible. Very nonchalant.
As one does.
So above table, real quick. You had said yesterday during the making of these characters that if any of them had something that happened at 17,
Yeah, if they have a feature that happens at 17, then they would be level 17.
okay, because Velric's auras push out to 30 feet at 17 instead of 10.
Okay.
And outside of the health, that's the only thing that he gets from that, I think.
If you wanted to do that, you could just make it so that's how far they extend out instead.
If you'll change his level in D&D Beyond, I'll re-upload it. I am currently going through Malathar's spells. He apparently didn't have more than 5 spells attached to him.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. It was me
Fail.
not double-checking things.
And you're using 2 of the characters I created.
And then after we see a guy nonchalantly leaning against the wall, Leora is going to also very chalantly lean against the wall.
With very much chalant.
Yep.
All right.
He's at 17.
You might need to drag out the new token when it's updated. Maybe.
It shouldn't need to be dragged out. I'll
Cool.
just re-upload.
I don't know what happened, but... Oh, I see. It was... Her face is in shadows. Okay. Never mind, we're fine.
Yeah.
She lost
You
her
haven't
head.
addressed him any. You've just walked up and stood next to him. He's still just
Yeah,
standing
exactly.
against the wall, looking
No,
at
I'm
another
s-
common lady standing next to him. He's just
Yeah.
gonna sit there.
Yep.
He's waiting for.
So that being said, is this
interaction.
somebody that we are meant to
Ryan's too
interact with? Meaning, did we have
Potentially.
information saying X person will be standing at X spot, passcode
told
this thing or that
to-
thing?
You were told to meet with the contact at the courthouse near the Capitol, and that your contact would be known as the empty chair.
Okay.
Leora is going to, in her hand, condense some of the air into ice and visualize it into a chair that looks empty.
Yeah. Look at the chair. Look at you. Look at the chair. Look at you. Look at the chair. And he'll just shrug and like wave you and start walking inside the building.
I'm gonna bite it like it's a snack. Water.
Just chomping down on some ice.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my teeth all messed up. It's gonna be great.
And the statues out front have been destroyed,
Oh,
and this carpet is no longer here. It looks charred. It's like just fibers left in its place.
ooh, what's back here? Things I'm not supposed to look at? And she's gonna sit at the desk, and now she works here. She's gonna look at the book and the open book on the desk. Right here.
All right. This whole building looks ransacked, like it was just like somebody came through and killed everybody inside and tore everything up. So there's papers all over the floor, chairs are overturned, all kinds of stuff like that. And as you close the door behind you and enter this entryway, the commoner will look at you, and the walls light up with arcane energy as he is essentially making the area a private communication location.
Would we be familiar with what is happening to be able to surmise that generally?
Roll an Arcana check. The DC is 25, as you have not. No one in this world has experienced magic like this yet.
And then Leora.
Okay, so it's impossible for me.
Leora is gonna look at this piece of furniture right here and start talking. See, I knew we would find you. That one right there, yeah. She's gonna start talking to them.
Freely in this area.
It's nice to finally meet you. She's gonna shake the back of the chair.
Ha ha, very funny.
Oh, sorry, you're over
All
there. Oh, okay.
So, the current situation is that you all need to meet the leaders of this revolt and understand that the conflict won't last forever and won't extend to other nations, correct?
That about sums it up in my understanding.
All right. What I will need from all of you is your oaths to not speak of anything that you experience past this door to anybody for any reason. No names mentioned, no details provided. The only thing you will speak of is a confirmation that the individuals will be taking over rule of this location and that the conflicts will stop. Once you receive that confirmation, you will leave and never speak of this again. Do I have your oaths?
Aye.
Hi.
Belrick's gonna look down at him and nod.
He'll look it back at you and say the oath needs to be spoken verbally. the other people who have spoken their oaths, with Malithar and Sylvanas, all of you are aware that an oath would need to be spoken in order to gain the information needed to. That was part of the agreement of meeting the empty chair here. The ones that did speak the oath, you hear a pop in your ears as a tether from the center of your chest is pulled, and you can feel that constant weight on what essentially is your soul.
So it shall be.
As you say that, that tether appears in the center of your chest and pulls down as well. You are instinctively aware that if you break this oath, you are sacrificing your life. And he is waiting for confirmation from one other person, I believe.
Who's that?
Elvera.
I already said aye.
Okay,
Yes, you did.
I must have missed it.
All
My
right,
fault.
we ready?
Yep. And he will open the door, and then he will walk through the wall and out the door. Like through the door, walk right through it
With
and leave. The door doesn't open. It just appears as if he walked through the door. I create a scene really quick.
Okay. I want to make it super clear, and I can vouch. I think other people can probably vouch. Leora didn't say anything.
Nope.
Yep.
So what happens if she goes through the door?
We'll find out.
Cool. Let's do it.
Oh. Sorry.
Does she think that something will happen? Let's try that.
Roll an insight check.
Oh, okay. Insight. Great. I'll do that instead. 10.
You don't know if there's anything that's going to happen or not. He seemed very dismissive of the possibility of anything.
Cool. She's gonna go in and sit down over there.
Okay. Second, I'm making a scene.
I'm good at that. Very good at making a scene.
What the? I think it's annoying. Sorry, it's not letting me attach my background image.
That's kind of rude. Fuck Foundry.
Okay, it's not letting me. I don't know why. I'm gonna have to just paste it in here because it's not letting me do the image. Alright, so I can't paste it in here yet because it's not happening yet. Okay, so as each of you walk through the door, entering into the courthouse, you feel that tether drag across your attention, and when you're walking through the doorway, you see the open courtroom, like that's been thrashed. You walk through, and Lyora, roll me a perception check.
I'm here again. I made food since I didn't know how long the scene was going to be.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me create it, so we're just moving on. So as you walk through, roll me a perception check.
27.
All right, you watch as the people that are walking through in front of you walk through and just vanish. They aren't there any longer. As you approach the doorway, are you going to walk through?
Yep.
Okay. You walk through and you're standing in a courthouse. The rest of you are not currently in the courthouse. Lyora, you are currently standing in the courthouse by yourself. There's nobody there.
Wow. There's so many illegal documents I can go through.
There's literally nothing in here but burnt furniture.
But there are plenty of empty chairs to talk to.
Okay. The rest of you who swore an oath, as you step through, the entire room goes black.
Well, that's fitting, given what I'm seeing.
The room that you're in is silent. There is not a sound, not a pin drop, no audible sound of breathing. Even your own breathing is silent. The paladin, who is clanked all the way through town, is completely silent. And then there's a light in the distance. And it looks like an underground cathedral, like the catacombs of a cathedral. And there's a table surrounded by people in black hoods. Their faces are not visible, even though they're visible in the picture, they're not visible. They are all wearing silver swirl masks that can be seen. There are 12 in total. And they all turn and look at you and say, or sorry, there are 11 total, but there is an empty chair. They all turn to you and say, welcome. And this message is received inside your head. And the one in the center looks at you, at the group of you and counts and says, "Why is one missing?"
Velric's going to look around and see that Lyora is the one missing. And say that he will go inform her that she needs to speak the oath in order to attend the meeting.
Oh, that won't be possible for you. Or anyone, for that matter. You are here to understand a situation. We are here to provide the information necessary for your understanding, and you are to leave the city immediately after. Is that understood?
Yes.
Received and understood.
Above table, I just heard in silence. Are they seeking that? Is that what they're? Anyway.
All you hear is your own breath in that room. Are you going anywhere? Or are you just going to stay in that room and like look around?
I'm talking to the empty chair. That's what we're sent here to do. So I'm gonna have a conversation to myself with an empty chair behind the desk. So that way, if anybody asks in the future, I can say I talked to the empty chair.
All right. Okay, so the group of voices begin communicating back and forth. You are basically tuned into their frequency, so you can hear, but you cannot speak unless you have telepathy. Does anyone have telepathy other than Lyora?
I don't think so.
That would be a big fat negative, Ghost Rider.
Okay.
Nah, I do not.
All right. So you will hear about 14 to 18 hours of back and forth. Lyra, are you going to stay there for all 18 hours of not knowing anything and not seeing anything?
Oh, man, it's so nice. That rug looks comfortable. Nap time. Long rest.
Okay. So there are detailed battle plans established where communications are provided telepathically to other individuals, and that there will be no governing body of this nation. It will be all governed by an entity which does not exist.
Yeah, go to bed. What time is it?
By people in secret,
Bedtime.
and that it will become a lawless land, that order will be maintained within its borders by an organization which has yet to be named, and that the 12 individuals of this council are dedicated to the cause of keeping prominence problems within prominence and keeping other nations outside of their business. And it goes on and on and on, back and forth, and political talks back and forth, and everybody roll me a religion check and a, would this be history check?
Nailed it.
Your rolls are just terrible for religion. I don't know why.
Nailed it.
In the meantime, while you guys were doing all that, I put a tortilla on my cat's face.
I need to roll them to.
I'm trying to think of something clever for that, and I can't.
Two things happened at the same time. What happened?
So, Ulrich, you got.
You don't know.
High on your. Oh, you got a natural 20 on your religion check.
Yes, sir.
Right? What?
Just make sure you put it in a book that Minx can find.
If he does, he dies.
Okay. That's a risk I'm willing to take.
All right, got a natural 20 on the religion from Silvaris and a natural 19 on the history. So he understands what's going on here. Malithar understands the religious aspects. The DC was 18, so did anyone else get over an 18? No. Thalric, you would know that these individuals have been referencing the teachings of the Far Scribe, but it is a bastardization of the teachings of the Far Scribe. They are taking it to a far beyond level where instead of being taught the note-taking of histories and futures and destinies and things of that nature, and writing what happens to a person after their death and what they experience, they are talking about rewriting the current here and now and presenting it as the fact of the future. So there's a lot of undertone there going back and forth. They are also talking about removing, and all of you would know that they're talking about removing and eliminating all religious or deical symbols, signs, organizations, churches. All of it will be removed from prominence in this rebellion. No more worshiping gods, no more any of it. Deical actions will be outlawed.
Essentially stripping right of religion from the people of prominence.
Yep.
Huh. Criminalizing, even.
Yep. And going as far as what you'd seen from inside the courthouse, destroying all symbols of religion, all places of worship, all of it gone.
Yeah, above table, I don't know if Thalric would intervene and say anything or not.
Okay.
I just don't know.
He doesn't really have... What would you think that he would actively risk the entire party to try to do something in a situation where he is deaf and blind and essentially not know what the numbers are?
He wouldn't risk it.
Okay. So, you're all listening to this kind of like, it's a group of like 12 or 11 people that are arguing back and forth in telepathic communication and discussing battle plans, and like essentially this is you listening to the Constitution being written for a nation that's outlawing religion.
Oh god.
And the meeting,
so we're just here to witness this, basically?
You don't necessarily know why you're here. You know that you are here to figure out when the ceasefire will happen, how it'll happen, and if it's not going to happen, eliminate the people that are preventing it from happening.
Ah,
So you're just here to initiate an armistice agreement
ah,
and figure out who the parties are. So they adjourn their meeting, and the 12 of them look at the rest of you and say, "Your oaths hold. If you speak of anything you have heard or seen here, you will die. The only thing your oath allows is for you to reaffirm to your leaders that prominence problems will remain prominence problems and that they have no business intervening. If they do intervene, it will be met with all-out war."
heard.
Anybody else going to say anything?
I don't really know if she would say anything.
Yeah, well, does she have telepathy? Is what I'm asking. Nobody else has
No, she doesn't have
telepathy or
telepathy.
any common sign language or any way to speak through absolute magical silence
I don't.
or break the magical silence?
Yeah, Thulric saying that it was
No.
just common sign language.
No? Okay.
No.
He says, you are free to go. Please leave prominence at your earliest convenience. And let Varric know that his shop will be burned as soon as you leave.
Thulric nods.
Okay. There is a doorway behind you.
Leaves.
Everybody else leaving?
Yeah. She would follow behind. I keep wanting to call her Elvira.
Elvira.
Fair.
Elvira doesn't have a beard. All right. Is anybody staying behind or trying to gather more information or going to engage or anything of that sort? No? Is everybody leaving?
Hmm.
Okay. So as you all walk through the doorway that's there, you walk into the courthouse. And Lyora is currently laying there sleeping, taking a long rest.
She curled it into a body pillow.
Okay. She's currently sleeping in the corner. Oop, I guess I need to make you guys not invisible.
Ah, thank goodness those 14 hours went by quick.
You all step through, and it is now currently daytime. The light is shining through the hole in the roof. And Lyora is currently laying down, waking up from a nap. What do you guys want to do?
Leave prominence?
Oh, you're not going to ask Lyora why she wasn't there or anything like that? How long it's been?
I suppose. I don't know. Anybody else have anything?
Oh, seeming is gone, by the way. Depending on how long they were in there for, their seeming would have just altered and reverted as well.
Yeah. Their seeming was dropped in the middle of the meeting.
Cool.
So you guys just gonna walk back as you are?
Nope. I'll do the seeming again.
Oh, okay. That's what I was going for, is I was giving you guys the opportunity to be like, it's been 18 hours. Is this how we look? Is this what's going on?
Power word fortify and Hero's Feast
Hero's Feast.
are both still intact, so with a reset of seeming.
I will need all of you that were in there to do a Constitution saving throw. Alright, he does not have it. Elvira takes 1 point of exhaustion.
All right.
If you are an elf or you have trance or anything like that, you can make it with advantage.
Half elf count as elf.
Do you have trance?
No.
Yeah, then no, it would not count.
I have Fey ancestry, but I don't
con
have trance.
save.
Yeah.
Let me know if I fail or not, because I have a thing.
You passed.
Cool.
Valric takes 1 point of exhaustion.
Don't worry, I remember to keep your mustache. Same exact appearances as before. Same alterations.
Alright. Now that your guys' seeming is back up, are you headed out the door?
Get your nose back.
They seem to be stuck in place.
Apparently.
Quiet with at least one wall. Oh, that's a wall. Okay. I thought that was like a waist. These things were a waist high instance, but they're walls.
Alright, so you guys are tasked with headed back to Valus warehouse to get back home.
I didn't know
Where you're
Valeth
headed,
had a
or
warehouse here.
what? I said headed back to Varric's warehouse.
I heard Valeth.
To get back.
To get back
Yeah.
to Mount Nevaeh.
Okay.
Heading back.
You have the information you were provided with, and as you leave the room, the only one that remembers any sort of interaction other than past entering the door to the courthouse. Sorry, you do not remember details about mental voices, as they were all very generic. You do remember that there was a group of 12 people that talked. You don't remember the strategies that they laid out or the plans that they laid out, but you remember that there was the communication with the central leader that you would be the details of your oath and the details that the prominence would be governed and that prominence problems would be prominence problems.
Noted.
So as you all leave, head back, walk past the tavern. Do you go back into the tavern for a few drinks, or are you just beelining it out of there?
I don't know. The ale wasn't as good as the Brotherhood's, so
Not even close.
best
think
get
the-
back.
Part of the oath was to leave immediately, wasn't it? So
No, the oath didn't govern that, but part of the
Instructions.
instructions you were provided was to get the information and get the fuck out, essentially.
okay. Yeah, and that's what she would do, is just go immediately.
Would it be possible to have called would it have been possible to declare something like the Swing Peaks Brotherhood as some kind of sanctuary? Like, the Swing Peaks Brotherhood is a sanctuary, right?
For the purposes of casting the spell Sanctuary?
No, just I mean, we would have designated that as a sanctuary, right? Like a safe place.
What are you attempting
I
to
don't want to
justify?
do that until you give me the answer.
Did you deem it a sanctuary, you, Lyora,
I did.
prior to leaving?
Yes.
Then it would be deemed a sanctuary to you.
Awesome sauces. Cool.
Did you cast a spell or something?
No, not there.
Okay.
All right, let's go. You guys were in there for like 14 hours. That was great. I got a good nap. I only needed 4 hours, but I took 8 just in case. Let's go. Where are we going?
I'm getting there. Just give me a second.
1. Wow, there's only 3 of us this time. Where's the other one? Was there only... Oh! There she is. There's the other one. Well,
Say what?
I guess we're leaving Homestead's character behind. All right. Let's go.
I can't see anything. My screen's black.
Okay.
We're going to be moving to another scene anyway. Are you guys going straight to Varric's, or...
I mean, we're skipping over the tavern.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hee. I like breaking things.
Trying to get something set up here.
Above table, do you have stuff set up for once we get back too? Or is the session end once we get back?
Potentially session ends once you get back. I'm I'm just managing a whole bunch of little tiny things right now, so it's taking me a minute to get them in order.
That's fair.
Sorry, this is taking a little longer than I thought it was going to.
Ow.
All right, who's at the front of your group?
Ulrich.
Belric.
And
Okay.
surprisingly,
Who's
Leora.
Who's at the very back of the group?
I'm a frontliner.
I don't think she'd be at the very back, but I think she'd be towards the middle. Like second to last.
So you can't have 5 frontliners.
Sure you can.
So we'll have Elvira, Lyora, and then
I want to be like
Malazar
in the
and
center
Sovara.
of the group of 5.
There's 6.
Oh, I'll be in the center of the group of 6.
All right. As you are approaching the warehouse where
House.
you were teleported in,
Mm-hmm.
I need everybody to roll me perception checks.
Okie dokie.
Wow.
And that's a
not
nat
helpful at
1.
all.
Game is refreshing. I'll roll it in just a sec.
Nobody can see anything. Noted.
Whenever it decides to, there it is. All right,
Go away.
come on. You said perception?
Yeah.
Okay.
We gotta hear the creatures that are inside the building waiting for us.
Right.
Or not hear the things that aren't waiting for us.
Nope,
Holy
don't
shit.
hear anything.
Nothing above a 10.
Most of you don't hear anything. Lyora, you hear a soft thumping as you all approach the warehouse.
Oh, guys, I
What?
think we need to hold on. I think there's somebody having sex in there.
What do your characters hear?
There's a soft thumping in there, alright? You guys we need to give it a moment.
Ooh, I like that.
Okay. Yep, that's the other thing that was happening in there. Yep, that matches.
No, I clicked the button
Oh, okay.
for perception, and it says, does this rely on smell or hearing? Oh, I clicked yes. It says, oh, advantage. Both of them say, bunch of people coming from around the corner.
Oh, you saying we should get out of here?
Oh, should we hide?
There's just a lot of people coming.
I'm gonna... Do you guys trust me? Are you willing? Okay, I'm gonna cast my spell
Gotta
now.
be a little more specific than that.
I'm casting a spell now.
Okay.
Are you ready?
If you're willing, put yes in the chat. Why? If you're not, put no.
Yeah! That's the question I asked.
Maybe?
I'm doing the spell
Um,
regardless, so you let me know.
It's coming
gonna
from a
pull a
friendly
tether
source.
on you. You're gonna have to
It's
tell
gonna
the
be-
spell whether you're willing or not.
It's got to be a yes or a no.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Coming from a friendly
Maybe
source.
isn't gonna
so
work.
There we go.
A perceived friendly source.
Okay.
To her, it's friendly.
Oh, that would explain a lot.
So there's 3. Oh, is that everybody on ours? What about the other 2, the NPCs?
The other 2 are going to be willing.
Okay, great. I'm gonna cast Word of Recall. Everybody except for Thalric is now back in the Twin Peaks Brotherhood.
Well, shit. I guess this is the point where Thalric disappears from the Swaying Peaks Brotherhood.
What's that?
This is the point where Thalric disappears from the Swaying Peaks Brotherhood. As I'm gonna
Probably, I don't know.
I'm gonna need you to roll initiative, Thalric.
Have fun.
Oh, I love this. All right. See, I have a thing. I have things for initiative.
But I'm actually going to put you all here.
Just so we can see.
I guess vision doesn't really matter.
I mean, if you can just make it universal vision if you wanted to, and remove the roofs. All right, have fun.
All right.
I saw panic. I'm like, nope. Self-preservation. Are you willing? Goodbye.
As there are no longer people around Thoric, you just... Oh, shit.
You said no to a friendly spellcaster.
But you're not willing.
You didn't know what the fuck was going on. It was too split second for him.
Yeah, that's not my problem.
All right, roll your initiative, Ulrich.
I think there needs to be a combat. There we go. I'm in combat now. Sweet. Let's roll. Initiative.
Am I allowed to say something? Oh, I guess I could. I don't want to say anything. I'm gonna let it play out.
21.
Would I have been able to say something right before I disappeared, since he would say no? In like a half
He
second.
didn't say no. He just responded no to the spell.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, it was an intent response, not a verbal response.
Yeah, because I definitely said, "Are you willing?" out loud to provide the opportunity for people to respond anyway. So,
yeah,
that works.
All right, Ulrich, you are the first up as basically a horde of commoners, all carrying torches, are moving towards this warehouse, getting ready to throw fire all over the warehouse. You got 6 seconds.
Just trying to think at the moment.
Would I have been able to say something that takes less than 6 seconds?
No, you poofed out. You'd used word of recall. You went
Cool.
and
works for me.
disappeared. And his intent said, "No, I'm not willing." So the spell said, "Okay, not you."
You got it. Works for me.
You didn't communicate that ability during the briefing or anything. So
Nope.
it was up to people whether they were willing or not.
Yep.
Thalric is kind of like, "Do what I say," and Thalric could be like, I don't know.
I don't know that. Yeah, so I feel
And
like
the drunken monk is probably like, you're like, "Do this," and he's like, "Fuck you." And that's his first instinctual response.
All right. I'm still in my brain stuck at the shit. I suppose he'd like
Listen,
sprint over
At
into
least,
the warehouse.
at least your initiative is
Close and
before
open.
literally
Like,
everyone.
open the door, close it behind him. Go
Alright.
inside and look for whatever it is that was needed to go back through Varix.
So you would remember that this wall here
Yeah.
was where you walked through.
Okay. So he'll run up. Let's see, how far have I gone so far? That's
Platforms 9 3/4.
25. I have plenty enough
55.
movement.
Heck yeah,
You're a
monk.
monk. I guess you have enough movement.
So he'll basically, he'll try to sprint through the wall, because why not?
Alright, did you
It's got
barricade the
10 more
door?
feet. Nope.
Okay, so you just
Didn't think to.
you're gonna sprint through the fucking wall.
Try to.
Okay, roll me a dexterity saving throw and a strength check.
Alright. Dex save.
I have 2 gifts ready.
Bet 25. Alright, and then a strength check.
Yep.
Okay, I guess. Yeah,
You
7.
sprint full speed, like I gotta get myself the fuck out of here. Wham! Right into a solid rock wall.
Shit.
And you like
I
fall
chose the correct
backwards,
gift.
and then you just like stumble back a few steps, and you are dizzy as can be as you are discombobulated. One second, I have somebody knocking at my door.
Okay.
I chose the right gift.
Housekeeping.
You did choose the right gift.
Excellent. I had the other one ready for if it went through the wall though too.
Fair.
Something along the lines of Kool-Aid Man.
It was
Sorry, delivery
platform
guy
9
got the
3/4.
wrong address. Yeah, so this is full on Harry Potter, platform 9 3/4. No cart in front of you, so you just nose planted into the wall. But your dexterity
Ouch.
save kept you from falling back on your ass.
Nice.
Are we able to do something in initiative outside of combat? The moment we show up somewhere else?
Right now, no.
Okay.
I'll let you know when sufficient time has passed for you guys to pop into another place of existence, get your bearings, and realize, oh shit, somebody's missing.
Cool. Great.
Lovely time. I thought it was worthwhile trying.
Oh no, that's what I was gonna recommend.
I don't know what the
Table.
plan was to fucking go back through.
I don't think Thalric would have paid attention to the plan anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll be right back. Water refill.
All right. What are you going to do next? You have an action and bonus action and whatever's left of your movement.
I suppose. Damn it.
Kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah. Kinda.
Literally.
Do I need to give you a timer? Force a decision-making process?
Hey, this is
No.
a critical role.
If only there was somebody in the party who could have made a stone doorway.
Yeah. Or, sent a message to Varric. Hey, we're here.
You know what? I think I'm gonna use that greater invisibility.
All right. All right, you go invisible. hide in a.
Yeah, I guess I'll take the hide action stealth check with greater invisibility.
Did I accidentally add anything to you? No. Okay. You are invisible. Take the hide action.
So
Roll a stealth check with advantage, but you are going to be invisible, so this is just hiding your smell, your footsteps, all that kind of stuff.
stealth advantage. Okay.
I'll give them advantage plus a d10 to find you if they all enter the warehouse.
Okay.
Or if most of them enter the warehouse. I don't think they can all fit.
Ooh, nat 20!
Oh, nat 20 on your stealth check? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll give you movement while they enter. You can move to avoid them.
All right, bet.
All right.
Fuck. Oh.
So we have a total of how many commoners? I don't know. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 25 commoners.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, he could probably take him.
All right, I'm not going to do this in any kind of order. I'm just going to randomly place them as they are carrying in their torches.
Too bad there wasn't, a druid there with druidcraft to magically snuff out fire.
Back again.
There's a lot of things that we could go, too bad this wasn't this, that, the other.
Yeah, too bad there wasn't prior communication of abilities that I opened the door for.
I don't regret my actions.
I don't either. I knew exactly what you were going to do. I was just following.
You wanted to fight things.
All right, so let's put it this way. Are you going to interact with any of these people as they move in, or are you just going to hide?
If they get close enough, I might punch them in the throat.
Action, hide, hold action, unarmed strike.
There are some things that Leora just didn't want to share in case she absolutely needed to get out by herself. Or somebody turned against her. She needed to be able to, have at least one secret method of escape.
So the great thing about these types of events is we can say that it was a player playing the person, and that that's not how the person actually behaves, which is why I give you the agency to do what you want. In all actuality, you'll probably get differential of information when it comes down to it.
Mm-hmm. To be honest, though, I expected everybody to say yes.
So this is not going to decide what happens, but a lot of the things that happened here
Did happen.
Are what actually happened, such as Salric being the one who got stuck behind enemy lines, and that's why he disappeared from the Brotherhood. That will be a
canon
untold
event.
Story.
Nice.
Canon event.
But that was already kind of something that you had planned, was that he was missing already, right? Just not necessarily.
No.
Okay.
He had a reason for doing what he was doing. I'm not moving these guys in any sort of order, so they're going to be moving farther than their movement speed allows. The people closest to those positions are the ones who move to those positions.
Oh, work.
So I'm not dealing with all of that.
That's a lot of random things to control.
Yeah. All right, so they all came in, and their next action is going to be light shit on fire and get out of the building. What do you want to do?
Okay, I'm gonna preface what I'm about to do with the word non-lethal.
Okay.
Any attack that Thulric makes in the subsequent turn, non-lethal.
Okay.
So
That will be considered in perpetuity until you state otherwise.
good to go. First things first. Moving up to these guys, he's going to take his first 2 attacks. I believe it's only 2 from the main attack.
Okay.
Based on features. Extra attack.
You have
Twice
advantage
instead of
since
once.
You're invisible.
Out of curiosity,
That's
do you
it.
have the attack where you twirl a bag of rocks above your head and they all perfectly land on each of the enemies?
I don't think that
Probably
one.
would kill all of them.
No, it was prefaced non-lethal.
It just stuns. That's all.
Yeah, it knocks them out, puts them to sleep.
Yeah, do you know what the D&D mechanical requirement of non-lethal is?
Melee attack?
It has to be a melee attack that does bludgeoning.
Rocks do bludgeoning. And they were thrown from a melee range.
No. That is ranged if they are thrown. Makes it a ranged attack.
Right. Well, they were thrown from a melee range. Where they landed is different.
So the first attack hits. Go ahead and roll the damage. These are commoners.
Kill them. Kill them all.
Is it a D10? Should be a D12.
No.
Dead.
Oh.
You knocked his right
Either
arm up
way.
and knocked him unconscious.
Non-lethal.
Yeah, not that, just unconscious.
Second one,
Just
because I went for the
roll
bottom one,
up,
then the
that's
top
automatic.
one, but yeah.
Next damage.
Minimum damage. 5.
Okay, to be clear, their AC is 10, and their hit points are 4. So
Yeah. Unconscious.
broken nose.
Now we're gonna do that. Just cause.
5 total attacks. As long as it attacks a dick.
Nice.
This
So I'm
battle
gonna
was
go for the
made for
nearest.
Ulrich.
It really was. So let's see. That's gonna be 5. I'm just gonna let this thing track my movement.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This guy be in the 5th one, or the one in the water puddle be in the 5th one?
Probably. Bam.
Okay, so just roll 5 attack rolls, 5 damage rolls, and we'll see if any of them don't hit. Because if you do minimum damage, I think you kill him.
Yeah, minimum damage will kill.
Knock unconscious, not kill.
Normally,
Well, that depends.
non-lethal damage.
All right. At the end of Thalric's turn will be the point at which all of you realize, where's Thalric?
Jesus.
Yeah, no need to roll damage.
Yeah,
Every single
no.
attack hits.
Dum, 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 dum. Down. They're gone. Not dead, but unconscious. And Solaric will be Bam.
Oh,
Bam.
should've been acid.
Bam. Then I'll be approaching the next two. Let's see, what was that? That was my bonus action and action.
Is that bludgeoning or force damage?
Bludgeon.
Oh, just
Because he's trying to be non-lethal.
I know. That was my Rorschach test to see if he accidentally. Oops! Guess I didn't know my own strength bit. Because one of those was a
Right.
natural 20. That's why
Oh, yeah.
I think. So I was
Was
just
it?
questioning whether
No,
it
that's an
was
18. No, the highest roll was an 18.
one
The
of
one
them
I
you
have
punched him
targeted was
so
the
hard
first
he has.
target.
One of them you punched him so hard he has a scar on his his right upper back. Like
Cool.
dislocated his shoulder and ripped the scar out of his back.
Dang. I didn't say that they wouldn't be maimed. I just said it was non-lethal.
They don't die instantly. They just die eventually.
Yeah. See, in this next upper group, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Which is exactly the number.
No, I need one more for the right amount. 7. Because I have 2 attacks and 5 flurry of blows.
Well, one of them just saw a bunch of commoners fall on the floor.
Yep.
Is that the end of your turn?
That will be the end of my turn. I've exhausted my movement and action economy.
Alright. Go ahead and pass that turn.
Holy fuck. Oh, I can't wait for Thorvik to be this powerful.
Right. Yeah, but you won't be facing hordes of commoners.
That's true. I'll be facing hordes of other types of enemies.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so satisfying to just.
What is everybody else doing now that you've realized that Thalric didn't come with you on your Power World recall?
Where exactly have we been transported back to? Because I know
Twin
it's
Peaks
saying
Brotherhood.
Brotherhood, but like where? Like in
What, the
a
bar?
Probably outside the front door.
Yeah.
Just as a safety measure to make sure, like, near, probably around the corner from the front door. Just so that way we would a really low likelihood of anybody being there when we showed up. Like, exactly there.
Velric's gonna look around and be like, "Oh fuck, Thalric," and take off sprinting towards Varric.
Before you,
Alright.
as you're leaving, I'm gonna run with you as you're going, and cast Freedom of Movement, which gives you an extra 5 feet when you dash, so you get there just a little bit quicker.
Okay, you guys would get there and have an action.
Based off of before, like, above table, would Varric be at the position of arcane prowess that he is in our session time? Like, how capable of our magic effects being used against him?
Less powerful than he is on your time.
Okay. I'm gonna do, just for the sake of it, to make sure, in case he's busy, as soon as we make eye contact, use mass suggestion. And it literally only the target be him. Because I don't have lower level suggestion, I only have mass.
Okay, being your suggestion.
Okay.
Maybe I should have monk tornadoed sooner.
Knocked them all out,
1,
went
2,
inside and
3,
closed the
4,
door.
5, 6, 7,
Yeah,
8,
maybe.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 out of 25 words. There you go.
Okay. That will be Varric's action next turn.
Which would be potentially after this upcoming round of combat, or
After Thalric's next turn, he will do what he was commanded to do,
nice.
or suggested to do, as long as, what's your spell save?
19. Here, I can ping it for you just so that way you can do the roll button. Cool.
Yeah, he failed.
And I'd also make sure it was known if he ever has any qualms with it afterwards, that it was out of a place of urgency.
And not realizing that Elder Lyora is, or that Lady Lyora is doing that. Because I don't think it's a spoken thing, is it?
No, it's a thought process you place into their head.
Then Valric's just gonna be like, Thalric's on the other side, he got left behind.
And so
Okay. You guys are lucky that you did your seeming before you left, not when you got there, because otherwise you'd just be a bunch of Prominence commoners running into Varric's shop yelling at him in Mount Nevaeh. But he saw you guys before you left, so.
Oh, I see what you're
All
saying,
right.
yeah.
Anything else?
Not for me. I'm sitting.
I'm reading this right now. I'm trying to figure out exactly how this works. So
Quite well, actually.
Lord, it's like an essay on here. I don't know if she would use. Sorry, there's two different spells that I'm going back and forth between to see if there's one that would work better than the other. I guess. So, just timeline wise, Lyora, was there any, like, I don't know, indication that she was casting that?
Does it have verbal, somatic, or material components?
Nyora.
Okay.
Verbal. I scrolled up to find it.
Okay, so she would have had to verbally say what she was.
Mass suggestion, verbal and materials. She would have had to have pulled out a snake tongue and spoke a suggestion.
While tapping into the magic.
Yeah.
Oh, I
So
thought
roll
you were
an
talking
Arcana.
about the. I thought you were talking about the word recall.
No. Roll
No,
Arcana, you
the
said?
word of recall is literally all she says is recall.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
just
with
like
that
power
context,
word fortify is fortify, you're fortified.
Yep.
Pain is pain, you have pain. Kill is kill and they die. Hopefully.
Viagra.
A lot of Viagra. Nevada Kedavra.
I don't know why I was stumbling over that so much. So I just ended up going with a word that sounded similar.
Avocado.
Free Shavakadu. Yep.
Shavakadu.
All right. Yeah. So that Arcana check was 11. I don't know if that passes or not.
You would know she's casting a spell. You wouldn't know what spell it is.
Okay.
He was
I need
left
a
behind
dexterity
quickfire.
save from Thalric to avoid being 1 hit with a torch, and 2, this was an accidental swipe.
Wait, say again?
To avoid being swiped with a torch
No,
accidentally
the
as the
thing.
person. Dexterity save.
Okay.
Oh.
Because he's walking through your space and you're trying to like move around and avoid him.
Do I pass or fail?
Pass.
I need to know.
It was
Okay,
a DC
cool.
10.
Cool.
This guy is going to start lighting these boxes on fire. That guy's going to start lighting those boxes on fire. This one's going to be like, I got the papers, let's go. And this one's going to light a cask of oil that's right here on fire.
Ooh, fun.
And this one's going to light these nets and tip over this barrel and see what's inside it. And it's either oil, kerosene, water, or ale. Ale. So he's going to tip it over and he's going to light the ale on fire.
Blasphemy.
It's a good thing that Thalric doesn't have the exact same caricature as Torbeck.
I'm no longer doing
Just go from
non-lethal.
non-lethal to lethal.
Now I'm killing people.
All right. Next round. Ulrich, go ahead.
One thing I'd like to do is slam the two that are in front of Thalric's heads together. If that's a possible, like, single attack.
Okay. Unarmed strike. Or are you going to smack
Alright.
the staff into the first one and have him hit the second one?
We'll go with staff. Like, I want to get both of them down at the same time with one attack, if that's possible. So I'm gonna attack at advantage because invisible.
Yep.
Basically, gonna shove him forward with the end of the staff.
A
That's a
28
28.
hits both of them. As long as it does more than 8 damage, both are knocked unconscious.
Let's see.
We got to roll a 4 or higher, I think. 3 or higher.
We shall see. So I don't think it's rolling the correct dice, but that's fine. Damn. Yeah, it's still trying to roll D10, but I'll take it. Normal. How does 12 do?
So you go to smack him in the head with your staff, and you miss smacking him in the head, and instead you smack the torch that's in his hand, and it breaks his arm, and the torch swings around and smacks the other guy behind him, and they both get knocked out. One guy has a burn scar on his face from the torch smacking him across the face.
All right, so for my second attack now, let's see. Yeah, so we'll go up here. Second attack on the guy in front of him. 1 second. Let me make sure. Targeting.
Yeah, just roll the attack rolls just to see if you get a nat 1 or not.
Okay.
So if you roll an 11, I know you got a nat 1.
Okay, yeah. Fair. All right. Right, so it's basically impossible other than impossible
other than
for
that
him
one.
All right, so I take down that one, and then I go to these two, and I'm going to start this thingy.
Okay, so you have 5 more enemies you need to hit.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. Yeah, I'm good. I think. Yeah.
Gave him a dead arm, which also knocked him unconscious.
Almost. That's a 19. Ooh, that was a close one. What the? Where did this one come from?
Oh,
I
that
got
was
that
the
one.
one I was trying to do -4, and I accidentally hit numpad. And when I hit 4, he
Oh,
moved
whoops.
left instead of getting knocked unconscious. So that's
Right.
2.
And then that's...
Go get ready for bed. Bye.
And I'll get these
Just
two.
leave it. Go get ready for bed. Bye.
By the way, with you rolling at advantage, it's pretty much as long as you don't get double nat 1.
Yep.
But there's still the possibility, and with a double nat 1, it would be a serious failure. Maybe he
Yeah, that would be like
drops
the
that,
absolute worst.
Yeah, he drops the invisibility.
Yeah.
Which I think you're maintaining concentration on, but you're not getting hit. So
Yeah. Alrighty. So that's the 5. And then I'll finish out his movement. I think that's enough. Yeah. We'll go right over here for now.
all right. Did you hit this one? That's 1, 2.
Yeah, that's the last
3.
one I targeted.
Okay. Just walking by, knocking people out by giving them dead arms. I like it. Last one, you were like, "Fuck you," right in the nose.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that I picture in my head, not for this character, but in general, whenever I think of knocking someone out with one strike, is getting that pressure point on the back of the neck thing, the chop.
Mhm.
Just, doom, you're down.
All right. So it's at this point that that's the end of your turn, right?
Yes.
All right. So it's at this point that the wall that you walked out of right here. It's not letting me ping.
Yeah, no, it pinged. It's right there. So now that's open.
That Varric is standing there looking through the wall, sees a bunch of people, and it looks like he's about to close the door.
Wow, so I have to make it through before the end of my next turn?
That's the information that you have visually.
It looks like he's about to close it. Okay.
Yep. He's doing the same gesture that he did last time he closed the portal. Like he opened the portal and now he's getting ready to close the portal. Because those were the instructions that he was provided.
I don't know if
Well,
anybody.
to be fair, hold on. Let me clarify something about how the spell works. Mass Suggestion, as of the level I cast it at, lasts 24 hours. So he was told to open the portal. He was told nothing about closing it.
He was told to return it to its prior state.
Open it where? Exactly where it was prior. to open it exactly where it was prior. Place it at the exact position you did prior.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I misunderstood. Never mind. He's not trying to close it.
And it does say
Oh,
open the
okay.
portal so he can safely return.
Yep.
Yeah. But then it says, period, place it at the exact position you did prior.
Yep.
So I misread that as like
Then run it
placing
through-
it back the exact way it was prior to opening the portal.
Oh,
You
I
meant
see.
place
Oh.
the portal in the exact position it was prior to
Yeah, so that way the
when you
location
opened it
Prior to
wasn't
closing it.
it wasn't like open a portal. Oh, it's in the citadel this time.
Oh, it's in the rafters.
Yeah, or it's up in the ceiling, or in the wall, or on the other side of the wall this time.
Oh. Yeah, no, his entry points are in the same spot. They're just bastion doors.
And that
he
lasts for
can close
24
and open.
hours. Or until I dismiss the spell.
Okay. So all the rest of the people, they don't see you. Let's see. I'm gonna roll a d20 plus. How many people are there still? 5.
In the building.
5. I'll give each of them a +1 to see. They rolled a natural 20. Somebody saw the portal open.
Leora.
Ah, shit.
Oh, and you know what? That might
And
be
points it
canonically
out.
why Varric or Valith has to have it closed, because the portal was open and one of them saw him or something.
Yeah, I would say the one that has the most likelihood is this one here. And he's going to turn and be like, what the fuck is that? And walk in. Oops. I have no heads up display right now, so I can't see what I'm selecting. So when he says that, all the rest of these guys are going to use their movement to also start trying to head through the opening.
By the way, as long as as long as that's open, anybody on our side of the portal should be able to go in and do stuff. So if people wanted to fight on our side, they should be able to go through the portal, right?
The other thing, currently, all of this upper area up here is on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All of this area over here is all on fire. The only spot that's not on fire is where he knocked out the first person. Actually, you didn't specify what he was doing with his torch, so this stack of lumber is on fire. And that pallet's on fire that you're standing next to. Hasn't quite caught to an inferno yet, but it's on fire.
Since there's not any
Oh, and the roof is on fire, sorry. Go ahead.
Since there's not
from the guys outside.
Any entrances on this side, is there a way that we can place player tokens on this side and have it be like one side of the portal? Because that way people like Bandit or Homestead or Bowen could do Bowen's in there. But Bandit or Homestead could do stuff. Even if it's ranged through there. Nice. Cool.
I mean, there's something that she would probably do if seeing that people were starting to come through.
Well, yeah, and I was going to say, if it opens and people start coming through, Velric's just going to start taking them out. And he's not worried about non-lethal because he doesn't know that Thalric has been doing non-lethal.
And there's fire.
I mean, they're probably all going to die anyway.
Yeah, true. They set the building on fire.
Aha, I figured out how to remove the roof.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
You just drag it to the side.
I literally have been spending the last like 15 minutes when I wasn't actively doing things with tokens trying to figure out how to get rid of the damn roof.
Nice.
Oh, that's lovely. Just drag it to the side.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This one I had to go into the levels and choose the specific level for the roof and then select the roof
and
independent
then tile
of everything.
modification.
Raise the roof.
Yeah, it's on fire.
Yeah.
All right. So
all I can hear in my brain. Oh,
the
go
three
ahead.
of you have an initiative on between Thalric and the commoners.
Okay.
So what do you want to do?
I'll go last.
Between Thalric and the commoners.
Yeah, right now it is your turn to react to them moving. You could have held actions, is what I'm saying. You have one action.
As soon as one steps through, Velric
Chop his
is
head off?
going to squish his head like a grape with his hammer.
Okay, roll an attack roll with your hammer. This is really supposed to be like a full-on awesome non-lethal combat where you guys get to use all of these different abilities to like knock people out and stuff, and more would run in waves.
You're welcome.
And you were also supposed to have a bar fight.
Soft 20.
See, the bar fight I could see, but
Yeah.
I mean,
If you roll, they're unconscious. So the first guy's unconscious. What's happened to the second guy? Anybody else holding an action?
Oh no, I said that I was doing lethal damage.
Oh yeah,
Because I didn't know that Thalric was doing non-lethal.
Yeah.
So you missed his head and squashed his shoulder and pulverized his shoulder into his heart, and it squished him to the ground.
She would cast Toll of the Dead so that if anybody were to enter in, they
Go ahead
would.
and roll that attack roll at over a 10. It insta kills, I think. Roll the
It's a-
it's a whiz save.
Yep.
The second one fails. What's your damage roll? 3d8. He might survive if you throw
No, it's
3
48. 48, no? That's 17th level.
I don't know. Oh, would it be at 17th level? Because she's 16 right now.
She's
Oh, never
16th
mind.
level. She doesn't have a feat at 17.
No. Do you want me to
Fair.
roll it?
Is that you can see, Lyora?
yep, but I can see through the portal.
I'm just gonna roll it.
Right, but you can only see 3 currently living. As this one goes pop by her held action.
Yeah, but that's what I'm doing. It's just the ones I can see. I'm just doing that. So now
Okay,
that that's
so
the
you're gonna-
case. Those
So,
ones.
Thalric, you are doing non-lethal, and you hear the sickening squelch as a hammer meets flesh and smushes it into nothingness.
Through a portal.
And you also hear a toll, and the individual directly below you dies by the toll of a bell.
And then the other
Oh.
3 fall asleep. If their combined health is less than 16.
It's 12. They're all asleep.
Okay.
So, glad you did non-lethal, because now you just left a bunch of commoners asleep inside a burning building.
That's okay. They burnt the
To be
building.
fair, all the other ones are too.
They're still gonna fucking die. I'm recognizing that now.
Yep. At least you made their deaths long and prolonged. While
At least not all of them will
bubbles
die.
Under
Not
pinned
all
to
of
the
them.
floor by rubble. You know, it's not that big of a deal.
A
And
couple
Varric
of them
still
will
loses
wake
his
up
shop.
Just
at
to
some
die.
point. All right. Yeah. So now the inside is empty.
Of people is currently consumed
Yeah.
in flames.
And the portal
Yep.
is there.
So has it come back around to Thalric's turn so you can go through the portal?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. He goes through the portal.
Okay.
And I drop concentration. Thank you, Varric. Or is
You haven't seen him yet.
But he says go through the portal.
Yes. Thalric went through the
he
portal.
is invisible.
Oh,
Unless you can
Currently-
ability.
Yeah, you don't know that he went through the portal unless you
Yeah,
have true sight or
but-
something like that.
After
maybe.
a little bit, he'll release the greater invisibility, become normal again.
Within line of sight?
Probably, I don't know.
What's your
Nope.
passive
Depends on
stealth?
your
And
layout.
what's her passive perception?
Well, where's your
Passive
token
stealth is 13.
at? Where's your token at when you
He
drop
can't.
it?
He can't move through.
I
the
can't go
wall.
through the door.
It's not a door. It's a wall.
There you go.
There.
Yeah, I couldn't go through
Okay,
the
well,
portal.
out of the corner of my eye, then I should be able to see him. He's not behind me when he reappears.
Yeah, but that's passive stealth and passive perception because he didn't pop into existence saying anything or saying anything as he walked through the door.
Okay. Passive
A
perception.
couple seconds after he releases the invisibility, though, he does let out a big sigh.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh,
that was
okay.
a close one.
It's Varric, right?
Varric. Yeah.
Varric. I'm gonna dismiss it's not concentration, but dismiss the spell. And then
Okay.
thank you. We by that he should probably like lose concentration on the portal, right? That closes.
It's literally not a portal, but he understood the intention of your meaning.
Mm-hmm.
So he literally just walks over and opens the door. It's just a transparent door that can be opened with, like, you could walk up and open it if you knew where the switch was, kind
Okay.
of thing.
But as
It's
soon
just
as
a door inside his bastion. But yes, he
drops it.
can close the door if that's what you're asking him to do.
Oh, I'm dropping
you release
suggestion
the
and saying
suggestion.
thank you. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he's just standing there with the door open, not really clocking that as the inferno rages in his shop.
There's no inferno in his shop. It was under 6 seconds. Oh, you mean the one in like the warehouse?
Yeah, in the warehouse, there's an inferno going on inside the building. Ale and oil and
Oh, yeah, that would burn.
explosives
Very
were
good
ignited.
accelerants.
Yes.
Oh.
The bomb went off.
Wait, so he can open it up and close it again?
D100 to see if you all get exploded.
No. Wait a
If
second.
there's a fire blast.
No. I have something. If there's still that thing, once he's out of there, I'm gonna do control weather at 8th level and cause a rainstorm in there and then shut it off once the rain's done. It's gonna
Okay,
flood the
do you
whole place to put it out.
Okay, do you understand how oil and water fire works?
Yeah, that's gonna make it go worse.
No bueno.
So you do that.
You need like a
Um,
form of baking
also,
soda.
I want to know, do you understand what happens when you mix steam, kerosene, and fire?
I do not. I'd love to know.
Oh,
Flash
do that
fuel.
under very close supervision of your local fire department only.
Yeah. Fire fuel. it goes. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's like basically it's a high pressure explosion of little beads of fire that go everywhere.
Nice.
It pops like pop rocks.
Hell yeah.
But the pop rocks are individual balls of fire bouncing.
All right, so I'm gonna you cast that rain spell. Go ahead and cast it.
No, that didn't happen.
No, you already stated
No,
it.
see, I didn't cast the spell
You
though.
You stated that you cast it. Go ahead and cast that spell. And there's going to be consequences for actions.
Yeah, okay. That's not my character. It's not my decision. This is what she did on her own. All right, cool.
Okay. You and Elvera are hit with and Thalric. I need a dexterity saving throw from Valek Valric to avoid the blast of basically thermal pellets of flaming oil.
Dex save, huh?
Yep, just for the paladin.
Oh, well, you said something about Thalric as well.
No, Valeric. I think that's
Names
his
are
name,
so
right?
similar.
You'd
Valeric.
mentioned
He's the only one that
Thalric
has
as
cover.
well.
Yeah, Elvera,
Oh.
Thalric, and Lyora all get hit with it. Unavoidable
Can I
blast
make
as
a dex
she does an
save
8th
to avoid
level.
it?
I'd say no. She did an 8th level
Fuck.
control weather to put a rainstorm in a fire.
No,
That's
I didn't say
fuel, oil,
storm.
and
I said
kerosene.
rain. You can control strong wind storm as stage 5. I said rain, and that's only 4 on 1. There's no vast speeding winds. It's 8th level. I can
Okay.
do it exactly as like a building fire system sprinkler. Enough to put
Okay,
out
so
a fire.
4 is just rain.
Yeah, that's it. That's all it
Temperature
is.
is cool, cold,
Cool. Well, actually, we'll
no
probably do
wind.
cold. Cold, no wind.
Okay.
So cold calm.
Okay, so you get a dexterity save. All 3 of you.
Okay.
All 4 of you, I guess.
Yippee.
Is Bandit there, or is he snoring?
No, I'm here. What do you need?
Oh
A
God.
dexterity saving throw.
I was terrified.
20.
Elvera takes double damage, I think, because I think that's a nat 1.
Is it?
No, that's a
Ulrich
3.
saves. No, it's a 3. Okay.
Is it 3?
with
Like, no,
Thalric's
it's definitely
nat
not.
20, can I help Elvira avoid it?
Roll again that dex save, Elvira.
Okay.
Velric, you fail. Lyora fails.
God
Oh
damn!
God!
Is that better?
That's a dirty one, okay?
So you grab her beard to try to like reflexively pull her out of the way, and she stubbornly like stays back out of reflex, and then just gets pelted with fire as she takes what was that,
Oh,
34,
Oh shit!
32 points of damage, half as much on a successful.
Keep in mind
So,
that you're...
It's
Ulrich
0
takes
for
nothing.
Thalric.
Yep.
Yeah.
You also have 20 points of temporary and 19 max increased, meaning any of
Right,
your
so-
actual hit points didn't even get touched.
Are still untouched.
Yeah, so
But what was the total damage, just so I can add it in?
32.
32. Okay.
I'll do that too.
Sorry, I was on the phone with my son. Did Velric take anything?
Some.
Yes, 32.
Oh.
You failed to save.
Okay.
And immediately after taking that damage, the spell's gone too.
How do I subtract it from the additional 19?
You just subtract it. And then when
So
you
right click your character.
No, you just subtract
Yo.
it from your health, and then to get rid of it, you can use the wrench to delete your temp HP.
Okay. Wait, no, because it says 51 now.
Oh, did you already subtract it?
I don't think so. Hold on.
Yeah, it looks like
Oh,
it
I
was
know what I
already
did.
subtracted.
I know what I did. Come on. There we go. I didn't have it up to full health, that's why. So
Oh, okay. Also, that help wouldn't have even helped any, and I need. You failed anyway. The 2 of you have disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws.
Oh shit!
I mean, she already got a 1, so
But will Valric
-2?
have a nat 1?
Yeah, roll a dexterity save for you again, Valeric. Valeric.
Not a nat
Valeric.
1. Okay.
they're too similar.
It's just Varric versus Valric.
Valeric.
And don't forget Valeth.
And Barnax.
Exactly.
Now we have too many V names. Fuck.
I have too
Well, that's
many
like-
names.
Earlier, I was creating a cleric character because I thought I had to create my own. And so I was using ChatGPT and it came up with Seraphina as a name. And then I was looking through the campaign and I'm like, there's like 8 Seraphinas in here. Like, what is this? Or Seraphine, whatever.
Might be one of its go-to, like, if asked for a name, choose this one.
I feel like Thalric is Thorbec's spiritual father, as it were.
Right? It seems like it's played the same way.
Very similarly, at least. It was pretty easy to go into the shoes of Thalric.
Yes, but Thorbeck, as soon as the ale was lit on fire, would have said, "Fuck this."
Oh yeah, Thorbeck would have been killing motherfuckers.
So I noticed that when who is this? Thalric doesn't attack, it's with Thorbeck's alebound staff. So is this the origin of the alebound staff?
Yes.
Thalric created the Alebound staff, and it was
Okay.
passed on to.
The only reason I haven't changed the name is for automation's sake, and I didn't even use the automation thing.
And now that the explosion's gone off, I'm just gonna go ahead and close the door.
Oh, okay. I was waiting to see if anybody was going to do that. And upon closing
Gotta
the door,
state
that is
that.
where we will end tonight's session, as you guys have gathered the information necessary and returned, successfully avoiding a confrontation with a bunch of commoners in a tavern that would have made your reception much more difficult with the founders of the Seekers of Silence.
Yeah.
All of these commoners that are running around here are all cultists of the Seekers of Silence now, in the future.
Oh, wow.
At now time period.
See, it's okay that we killed a few.
Now TM.
Yeah.
Yeah, we took how many out of the ranks? We had 24 to start. 2, 3. Like got 19 that are now either dead or very badly maimed.
No, they would have died in the explosion.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you're right. They're all
that
dead.
explosion would have wiped them out. And guess what?
We get a
You're
level.
blamed for their death.
What's that?
You're blamed for their death.
Oh, that's cool.
Here's my other question.
You mean the guy in steaming was blamed for his death?
Yep.
Massive,
okay, cool.
Forceful explosion in a building that is made of rock. I think the other 6 should have to make a dex saving throw to see if they're taken out by the explosion.
Yeah, projectiles and shrapnel.
Yeah, and then afterwards remove 6 from another fight in the future.
They all
You mean the one that we're currently in?
No, like in a future session down the road, when we actually meet another Secret of Silence and go into prominence.
Wait, so Thalric was blamed for the death of these guys?
No, not Thalric. The group of you that the Seekers of Silence all know your faces. The only one they don't know is Lady Lyora, because she wasn't in the meeting.
And she did lose seeming, but she was never in that position. Yeah.
Well, she wasn't in the meeting.
Seeming did run out.
It did run out, but she wasn't in the meeting for that to have happened. So.
Right, but it ran out while they were in there, so they know who was responsible.
With the exception of Lyora, so thankfully that's probably helped her a lot stay safe. So.
How would they have reacted when Seeming ran out and
good question.
The symbol of the Church of Tyr re-showed up on Velric's armor and shield?
They are the ones who initiated and requested that you people show up. So they really had no reaction to the fact that you were in disguise. They assumed that you either killed your way there or disguised yourself to get there without killing people. They weren't concerned with how you got there.
Wasn't there a comment about not killing people
It was
early
to
in the
avoid.
section?
It was avoid
That was
killing.
that
commoners.
was your organizational structures telling you not to kill common people. That wasn't the Seekers of Silence worried about the commoners.
Okay, cool.
I do have a question about the oath.
Well, that is 19 in the negative, at least.
Apart from DM failure to articulate properly, the basis of the oath is you are not allowed to speak of the details of how you met the council, where the council was, who the council are. All of those details are, if you speak them or communicate them in any way, you'll die.
Okay, so
The
it is or
only,
communicate in any way.
yep, the only
So
way that
people's
you are able
word
to,
has much more weight in this world.
yeah, when you
What?
make an oath and you feel that tether in your chest, that tether is a life-bind oath.
What I
So
was
when you,
wondering was because I had written down you cannot speak to anybody, so I was wondering if she could draw it, but that would
yeah,
probably
so that would have
constitute
been a
dictation.
failure of DM articulation because
Okay.
I'm not a perfect being. But the oath is that you are not going to share the information that you have with anyone else. It's to stay between you as a group, and that the information that you can share is that you are confident that the area of prominence's problems will stay in prominence so that it doesn't spread throughout the world, being a regular rebellion. And that there will be a governing body in prominence to maintain a semblance of order, but they will be a chaotic nation
So
without many laws.
if that's the case, where it's not supposed to spread throughout the rest of the world, and it's essentially the Seekers of Silence is what we were kind of witnessing, correct? Or am I wrong about that?
You were witnessing the Seekers of Silence before they became the Seekers of Silence.
But it's not supposed to spread through the rest of the world, but we already saw it in the library outside of prominence.
Right.
Wouldn't they have broken their oath?
They did break their oath. That's what this origin is explaining to you.
Okay.
Is that they didn't make an oath to you that nobody from prominence would work outside of prominence. They can't make that oath. They didn't actually make an oath to you for anything. They only provided you with the information and a plan that they had to take over governing prominence, which is all you were asked to figure out, is if there is an end to the conflict happening soon. Or is other nations going to have to step in and basically annex the land and take over and force an armistice?
Gotcha.
So you got the information of stay out of prominence's business. They're going to handle it themselves. And they
What happens
eventually
in
do.
prominence stays in prominence.
They eventually do. So the conflict in prominence ends. They gain a semblance of governance. They have a constitution set up. They are not allowed to worship deital figures in prominence. And they establish the Clacarth School for
I'm just thinking of so many ways for Thorvik to fuck up interactions, just not knowing these things.
yeah.
It'd be fun.
So
Same with Prada.
Clacarth School
Andrew Cool.
is established, and that's where all the misfits and all the bandits and people like that train and become the rival school to Felicity, but they have so little resources that they aren't really a rival. And from all
They're a
outward perspective,
self-proclaimed rival.
yeah, they hate Felicity because of this incident and them accepting Tyr and a bunch of other deities at Felicity Adventuring Academy.
Right.
So them operating without deities, they hate Felicity. So the
6 months. So I wonder if it's a godless land. Like, have the gods forsaken it?
Hmm.
that's up to be discovered. I haven't done any further delving past where we are at now, which basically
I
the
think that's an
conflict
interesting
ends.
concept.
They
That is,
become a
yeah.
lawless land where they don't have police, they don't have anybody like that. It's all self-policed. So there's thieving, pillaging, basically there's no real rules other than no deities allowed. And as long as the stuff stays in prominence, they don't care. If it goes outside of prominence, then you aren't a member of prominence anymore.
So in
But
that case, where they went outside of prominence to that library, it would have been you're no longer in prominence.
yeah,
Correct. Okay.
so that is the Seekers of Silence operating, not the governing body of prominence. From
They're
current
not one of
perspective,
those names.
they are one in the same, but it's like when the CIA operates overseas.
Okay. I get you.
They're a
Americans, but
secret
they're not.
organization.
Within the
They are
cities.
not openly. Secret of Silence isn't openly governing prominence. They're a secret council. Nobody knows the names of the secret council. They are known as, one second, I have all their names that are publicly known. There are 12 of them. Make sure. Yep. There is the High Arbiter, also known as the Oathbreaker. There is the Archmagister, which is the Mindbinder. The Chancellor, which is the Tithe Keeper. The Prelate, which is the Mocking Voice. Sorry, the Mocking Voice. There's a General, which is the Black Bastion. There is a Lady, which is the Serpent of Smiles. There is the Inquisitor, which is the Flen Sword. The Maestro is the Dissonant. The Admiral is the Drowned Tongue. The Oracle is the Last Whisper. And the Empty Chair, also known as the Echo of Null. And the empty chair is the one who allowed for you to enter the council area.
Right.
You took the place. That is the public role. So when there's a person of the public that has a problem with the council and what they have to say, they enter the empty chair. And that's where they voice grievances and listen in on the orders provided based on those grievances. So that chair is always unassigned, and it's always a public role.
Interesting.
Interesting.
So basically, that's the complaint box. Put your complaint here, write your name down, and we'll make sure we know exactly who's complaining so we know who to kill.
Is that essentially what we were watching then? Because we were invited by the empty chair. We were watching.
You watched a full council meeting, yes.
Okay.
They made the war plan decisions for the common folk, and then they disseminated those decisions through telepathic communication so that their faces are never known. There's no identifying marks that tell you what or who they are. They all look the same. A person in a black cloak with a spiral face mask. The only person that really has some information, actually, there's two people that have some information that they can play close to the heart, which are not covered in their oath, is Sylvaris. What's the other guy's name? Damn it. Malithar and Thalric all know about the bastardization of the Farscribe teachings that are being used to justify their anti-deital actions.
Mm-hmm.
There is a bit of information here that is if you could reach for it, you could grab it and take a hold of it and utilize it, but you have to have a couple leaps of logic to meet that condition.
Me too. That's certainly interesting.
Yeah. What if, like, I'm just trying to figure out a way to, like, get this information to our current day party.
And now you know why every time the Seeker's Silence or the prominent situation is mentioned to anybody, they clam up and share nothing.
Makes sense. What about satire and parody?
I mean, you can play with your life all you want, Elvira.
Okay.
So, an example of something that was let slip that was discovered during this whole interaction, which it took a few hours for us, but it took them probably several days to, gather intel, come up with a plan, figure out who to talk to. They probably did several incursions into the area, to figure out who the empty chair was and even get a hold of the empty chair. So there is a lot of information about prominence that they gathered before that meeting. The only part that's secret to them is that meeting. So one thing that was shared is Elvira shared with Iggy or Morgan that her character was as a baby, Morgan was implanted with the teeth of the Rage Drake, which is what makes her go into a rage frenzy on the drop of a dime. She's
Right.
actually implanted with Rage Drake teeth, which force her into a rage and cleansed her of that. That's information she had from being in prominence that was able to be shared, but wasn't stopped by her oath.
Okay.
It's just the council and their identities that are hidden, and what they discussed, the battle plans and things like that, and how they operate. Those things, anything related to the council and how they operate, are what's blocked.
So do they feel like a tug whenever they're about to break the oath, if they even think about sharing X, Y, or Z?
Yeah, there's a very perceptible like ache or pain in their chest that's like, you can't say this, you're severing that cord, stop pulling on it.
It's like impending heart attack.
Right. Intriguing, to say the least.
Well, I hope the pseudo session was enjoyable, at least.
It was.
It was entertaining.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
glad I stayed behind.
I'm glad I took people
Made it
out of
interesting.
their opportunity of being able to fight with combat designed characters.
Well, the funny thing is, so one of you snubbed your own ability to have a conflict by grappling somebody, taking them around a corner in privacy.
True.
You
yeah, I wasn't
also
expecting that.
you also stopped about 7 or 8 ambushes
with seeming.
because you were in seeming.
Yep.
Hmm.
I played the way the character would have done. I mean, she would value her life, and being safe was priority over a player
That's
getting to.
indiscretion.
But
But I would say you played it a little bit too selfishly. And
as a player, probably.
yeah, and lacked a little bit of involvement that the character would have had with the party. Like actively trying to be back in the party, figuring out why the party disappeared, but you didn't in a hostile area.
Yeah, my perspective there was, well, something's not working, and the person's gone. I feel like they're gonna come back. So
Well, you didn't know that. They could have been transported right back to the warehouse and left you there sitting in the middle of Prominence,
yeah,
like
which
taking a
was
nap in heavily hostile area.
yeah, but the moment something bad would have happened, I mean, yes, I'd get hit with a critical, but it's unlikely that would be the case, and it's a word of recall. So even if she got captured, she wouldn't be killed in a hit.
Anti-magic field. Really fucked your day up right there.
Hmm.
Anti-magic field and you're facing a barbarian. You are not going to have a good day. And she would be aware of those dangers. There is no... You could be a level 20 adventurer and there is no safe space for you. Safety is an illusion. Spontaneous human combustion happens and deities smite the fuck out of people who question their power.
Yeah, ask Rogar.
I don't know. I feel like Valeric was dangerously close to that during this. So.
Yeah, Vilric was about to have a
Meet your maker.
meet your deity, and the deity is gonna say, "Look, you keep blaspheming just to get your stealthy way by, and we're gonna have a problem." Luckily,
It's
this
here
time
almost showed
Tyr
up in
understood.
prominence.
Yeah, literally. Which,
Well, then
depending
maybe I
on
should have kept
roles,
going, and it would have turned out different.
maybe the
Would
roles.
have been interesting for sure.
Well, see, the whole thing with Tyr in prominence is because the paladins of Tyr in prominence became greedy and started charging for their stuff and started killing, like charging for healing, started killing anybody that wasn't following the teachings of Tyr or that they saw was unfaithful. And they were just becoming tyrannical. So that's why the revolt started. And it started with a single execution. And then the whole nation was like, yeah, fuck those guys. And started raiding all the temples of Tyr. And then Seekers of Silence started whispering in people's ears, do this, do that, and organized the chaos through telepathic communication. And basically took over power in the underside without exposing themselves.
So
You've
is
really
that,
rounded out the seekers, haven't you?
Yeah,
is that
I
how
love culty nonsense.
I love
is
it.
that how Iggy's character became an Oathbreaker then? Because wasn't she like a paladin of Tyr? That
Yeah, and she rebelled against. She fought with the commoners in the initial rebellion until they started attacking her too, and then she left.
awesome.
She was imprisoned for a while, and then she left. This whole thing, this whole event in prominence, is brought about because of her backstory. I didn't create it, and then she made her backstory. She made her backstory, and I created the sequence of events off of her backstory.
That's awesome.
And that
And
happens
this
with
is
all of you
how
guys.
having any like the fucking Swaying Peaks Brotherhood, my friend.
Fully built off of Thorbeck's background. That was not there prior. I did have a
only
way of
instance-
the way of the Drunken Fist monk area, but it did not have any. It was like a black and white drawing. It had no substance to it. I was just waiting for
And
somebody
then
to fill in
Thorbeck
some of the blanks.
made a drunken monk, and then the rest happened.
It was all those
Yep.
nat 20s.
No, literally.
Hmm.
Yeah, Thorbeck wouldn't have had half the information that he needed if it wasn't for you guys rolling nat 20s at the library.
Yeah.
He would literally still
Fucking nice.
be just a normal monk with nail-bound staff and really nothing else in the form of ale or things to go on.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for having the information from the library that Galdrick was seeking.
If this, then that.
Yep.
Oh.
And that happened.
Basic law of improv. Yes, and.
Or there are three other elements to improv as well.
Nah, I don't care about that.
Love
There's
3.
yes and, yes but, no and no but.
The no's aren't.
Hey, I know about no butt.
Yeah, because you don't have one.
Because he
'Cause
rolled
Grayson's not-
terribly on
Well,
cake.
that's what Mrs. Bandit says, is I don't have one.
Grayson's not here anymore, so there's no but.
Thoric doesn't have that great of a
No,
butt.
when I say I have a fat ass, you say what ass?
See, Thorbeck doesn't have cake, but Eris has all the cake in the world almost. Rolled
No,
a natural
Thorbeck has
19
the
on his
best cake.
Oh wait, that's right, because he rolled higher than.
Oh yeah, you rolled.
He got
did
a
you
nat
roll a
20.
20? Yeah, so
Yeah, he has
Thorbeck
the
has
best possible cake.
and Eris has slightly less than the best possible cake. Thorbeck stole some of his cake from him in creation,
Yeah, apparently.
like twins in the womb.
Oh. The womb of
You were going to
Cohen's
sprinkle
brain.
natural 20 cake on Eris, but your shaker container ran out of cake because you used too much on Thorbeck.
Yeah. And then Thoric has like no cake.
Is that what the
Or
D20 roll
slightly
was?
below average cake. Yeah. That's how cake is determined, is a single D20 roll.
Yeah.
This has been established since Grayson.
This is canon.
Oh, I stole that from literally a D&D campaign called Roll for Cake.
Nice.
It's on YouTube. It's
Hey,
with
the
a
best
bunch
ideas
of-
are the stolen ones.
Yep.
Let's be real
With-
here.
It's with a bunch of TikTokers like Taco Reacts.
Oh shit.
Mhm.
Oh jeez.
I couldn't imagine him playing. Actually, no. What is it called? Roll for cake? Because now I want to fucking
I
see
can
him
see
play
that.
D&D.
So it's Taco Reacts, Norse Forge,
No way.
Calm Down or No Panic Button. He goes by both. The No Panic Button is in there. Autumn Ivy and Tim. What's his name?
Hey, didn't Grayson roll like an
Coleman.
18 or a 17 for cake? I forget.
I think
Yeah.
it was an
Yeah,
18.
he rolled 17.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember back whenever I was AGMing for when that roll happened.
And
That's
then Morgan was distracted by
Hank-
the cake, and
Yep.
Mhm.
Norse Forge, Taco Reacts, Autumn Ivy, No Panic Button, and Tank Tolman.